We're coming through Yargady for 8 minutes. How you doing?
Okay, TJ, you're loud and clear.
You're loud and clear.
And TJ, I just put sample number 6 in. Started at 2213, and we're in the middle of the RMS field.
Okay, real fine, Sally.
Houston Challenger, how do you read?
You're loud and clear, Sally?
Okay, TJ, did you hear me telling you about the CFIS and the PRCS test?
Yes, ma'am, we sure did copy all that.
Okay, good. And the RMS people might be interested to know that we're not seeing much motion at all out of the arm in this first set of POCS firings.
Okay, very good, Sally. Thanks for the report.
Very small amplitude, just a couple inches. And highly damped, maybe just one oscillation or two.
We copy.
And TJ, I forgot to tell you a while ago that I got a record filled on CFIS. It was Alpha Charlie 00, and that's the only one that I've had today.
Alpha Charlie 00, thank you.
Houston Challenger, how do you read?
You're loud and clear now, Crip.
Okay, I think I saw one of our problems. We've been having some problems with multiple units, and we swapped out the wall unit and filled the WCCU, and that seemed to help the situation. We're getting ready to start page 10-4.
Very good, we're following along with you. Hawaii's next at 4-2, and we'll be looking to try to get some TV done going across the states.
Okay, were you going to try a TV at Hawaii also?
Hawaii, Goldstone, and Milo.
Okay, we'll see what we work out.
This is Mission Control Houston, 4 days, 22 hours, 24 minutes. Crew still conducting RMS tests and have just completed tests of the remote manipulator system with the shuttle pallet satellite unberthed, and the RMS extended so that the payload is positioned at a point over the Challenger's flight deck. This was part of the RMS PRCS interaction test. The test aimed at understanding what kind of flex is observable in the remote manipulator system when extended and when grappled with a payload while the primary reaction control system jets are being fired. The next test is going to be in a similar configuration with the shuttle pallet satellite further toward the starboard side of the vehicle. We're 15 minutes away from acquisition through Hawaii, and the beginning of that downlink TV series where we'll get video from Hawaii, from Goldstone, and from Mila. And the inception of that video will be at 4 days, 22 hours, 41 minutes, 5:14 a.m. Central Time, with playback occurring at 5:50 a.m. Central Daylight Time. Mission elapsed time is now 4 days, 22 hours, 26 minutes. This is Mission Control, Houston. This mission, 4 days, 22 hours, 34 minutes. We're about 7.5 minutes away from acquisition of signal through Hawaii and the anticipation of downlink television.
Buckhorn contact, Houston contact.
Buckhorn contact, copy your 5-by.
Roger, you're 5-by also, meet me on 2.
The Roger. Challenger, Houston, we're AOS Hawaii.
What's that?
Then we have a downlink of the flight deck camera.
Okay, picture looks a little fuzzy up here. I'm not sure what you're getting.
We have some noise and it's a little dark, but it's acceptable.
Okay, we're on page 10-5 at this time, on configuration Bravo. We had to go back and pick up configuration Echo again, had a little camera problem on it. And we're on the first step there.
Okay, sounds like you're a little ahead of time.
To be ahead of the timeline. Inco wants to play with some of the other cameras. As long as you don't move out of location, we're going to do that.
Okay, thanks, Crip.
Camera Bravo is the one we're recording data on right now. The way it did there, it looked like it helped out the picture. Well, I'm not sure.
Yeah, looks good here. I think he's using the ALC.
Raj. I guess subjectively, I think all of our crew can verify that, we're firing these aft jets only right now, and we think that would be an acceptable sleep configuration.
Okay, very good. Looks like you couldn't get too much further away from the spas without releasing it.
Is that a clearance to go?
You're spring loaded.
Or spring loaded? Spring something. Battery life, do we have left on the spas? What's the latest estimate?
Stand by, John. We'll get you an answer.
We scanning the camera. On the exterior cameras for Inco, you got to stay. You can look at them, but you got to stay off of them because we're using those for data takes, and that just moved it from where we needed it.
Yeah, he understands now, Crip. And John, we're in good shape on the spas batteries.
Okay, real good, thank you. DJ, you got lots of RMS folks up around the center this morning watching the test results?
There's standing room only.
I didn't think you could get those guys up this early in the morning. And gals.
And we see some dynamics right now.
Time of day, huh? Yeah, those dynamics are real. Those are basically what we're seeing on board here.
I've seen some cases, TJ, on the real short duration type stuff where it looks like it may be the camera mount that's oscillated rather than the payload, but this low amplitude stuff that we're seeing right now is, I think, payload.
And it always seems to basically come back to the initial condition, though. It's oscillating around it a little bit.
Joint angles are all staying within a tenth.
We got another firing coming up about 30 seconds.
Very good. We'll probably lose our picture, and we may lose S-band for about 2 minutes here until we get to Buckhorn.
Okay.
This mission control, 4 days, 22 hours, 49 minutes. We get voice through Buckhorn in a little over 2 minutes. TV through Goldstone in 3.5 minutes. The pictures showed the tests, ongoing tests of the RMS interaction with the primary reaction control system jets with the shuttle pallet satellite on a fully extended remote manipulator system arm with the payload hovering over the flight deck at full extension. And the pictures did show some dynamic action, some movement of the payload when those jets were fired. The next series of tests that may be shown over the continental United States pass will be LSS vibration damping. LSS standing for large space structures. The tests will occur in 2 configurations. One is very similar to the one just shown, except with the longitudinal axis of the shuttle pallet satellite will be parallel to the x-axis on the shuttle orbiter. And a second configuration will be with the orbiter's elbow joint bent in such a manner that the shuttle pallet satellite will extend over the starboard side of the vehicle.
And we're AOS Buckhorn.
Okay, we're with you, TJ. And let us know a little bit before you're going to get TV.
Okay, I'd guess about 1 minute to Goldstone.
Okay.
I've got camera Delta set up. I was going to try to show you a primary jet firing out of the aft.
Okay, great. We'd appreciate that. And we just started to get the flight deck camera at this time.
Okay, fine and dandy. And we'll, it's okay with Ed there. We'll just switch you over to the camera Delta just before we do the pulse. It's not very exciting to look at if we're not firing.
Okay, sounds good.
This illumination being provided by the payload bay floodlights.
And we have Bravo now on the spas.
Okay. I'll put you on Delta here shortly, and then after the firing, if you can go back to Bravo, you can see the results of the what it's doing to the RMS. Switching you over this time.
Nice.
That's what it looks like.
That plume from the aft reaction control system jets.
That's what it does to the RMS.
And the,
Very good, thank you.
and the RMF.
We're configured so we can turn on those SPAS cameras, but so far we haven't had any attitudes or of the payload where we can do any good with it. But if you folks have an idea, we'll be happy to help you.
Thanks, John. We'll think about it.
Sure is a nice day up here in space. How's it down there in Houston town?
It's real nice. You're about to come into sunlight, and a whole bunch of people down here are going to be watching you come by.
All right. Full wave. As long as somebody rolls down a window to do it. Okay, if they didn't mind for very briefly again, I was going to put you back on camera Delta.
Very good.
There'll be another fire into the RCS aft jets here, and you might want to look for the plume. They're from
Must
the
have been a roll pulse.
Yeah, it was a roll. What we're doing here is a series of pitch pulses and roll pulses, basically doublets, with two spaced apart by 2 minutes. What you just had there was first part of step 4.
We assume that we're waiting the 2 minutes and the doublets to allow all that dynamics on the RMS to die down.
You see how much is there.
And TJ, we just finished collecting the last SEPA sample, sample 6.
Very good, Sally, and special congratulations from the Johnson & Johnson MacTac team. They're all real pleased.
So, thank Charlie and Vic for us, because they really gave us good training and a lot of opportunity to understand the hardware and the system.
Well said. You're coming into the sunshine now, it looks like, and we're going to pick you up at Mata in about 1 minute.
Okay.
And we're back with you with TV through Mata. And we're back with you with TV through Mata.
Okay, we're in the process of changing out a tape, and we'll be ready to go.
Roger.
We're going to have to go back and pick up that little roll maneuver you saw a while ago. The tape failed. The tape didn't fail, it just ran out.
And we're seeing a sunrise through Delta.
Pretty, isn't it?
DJ, if you saw the dynamics on the last one, that's probably about as much motion as we've seen.
Okay, looks like you're on step 4.
What are we over now, TJ?
Just south of New Orleans, I'd guess.
Okay, coming down J86 maybe.
Looks like it.
We're going to move Delta here. We're afraid we're getting it too much into the sunlight.
Okay.
Hey, there's Camera Delta again. Got the units down in the background a little bit for you. I'm not sure really what you guys want to do with it, but y'all play with them.
We'll just enjoy the view, Kerr.
Maybe you could use it as a weather photo.
We're going to check the weather out coming over the Cape.
Not too encouraging.
Okay, we're getting ready to do .5.
Roger.
out there?
Yeah, they're kind of moving all around, we hear.
Yeah, it's too early in the morning for that.
In fact, you can see him on camera Delta.
You could see him on camera Delta. There's some coming back. And some more.
Yeah, we can see them.
Tell you what, TJ, flying them over them at this altitude is much better than somewhere down there amongst them.
And you don't have to worry about flameouts either, do you?
And we've been on one long flame out here.
And we're all out of TV now. We'll be going to Bermuda.
You know,
This mission control, we still have 3 minutes of voice left through the Bermuda ground station.
We'll call you at the car at 17.
after that.
Shuttle mission control, 4 days, 23 hours, 11 minutes. Mission labs time, we're now LOS and have about 6 minutes remaining till acquisition again through Dakar. Playback of that downlink TV will occur at the mission labs time, 4 days, 23 hours, 17 minutes, or 5:50 a.m. Central Daylight Time. Mission lapse time is presently 4 days, 23 hours, 11 minutes.
AOS Dakar and Ascension for 10 minutes.
Yeah. Loud and clear. We're getting ready to move into the LSS testing.
Very good.
Sally's certainly got a nice machine. It just goes beep, 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 beep every time it wants her to come play with it.
Just so you don't get it confused with a 41.
It's got a different beep, beep.
But that one's working good too.
We know where we're at most of the time. Even let me load it, TJ. It's a miracle.
Must be a mature training program.
I don't even mess it up too often.
Then Challenger, when you get a chance, we'll recommend that cap attitude and ASA 4 to off.
Okay, well, I can get the ASA 4 off. Now, we're in this LSS test. Is there any problem with continuing with this attitude?
We don't think so. Stand by one, please. And our only requirement is that the sun not be in the bay, Crip.
No problem. Yeah, we're aware of that. We're watching it.
Real good.
And TJ, CPUS was deactivated at 23:25.
Thank you, Sally.
Yeah, it looked like we had 3 good runs today. They all looked real good.
Sounds good, thank you. And Sally, we'll take the last 2 SEP voltages for sample 6 if you got them there.
Sure do. 274 and 276. And flow 1 stayed at 56.
Okay, real good. We'll be LOS in 45 seconds. Call you at Botswana in about 4 minutes.
Okay, talk to you at Botswana. And just a note of interest, I was watching the CFIS during some of the PRCS firings, and I didn't really notice any waiver to the column at all. I couldn't see any effect.
Okay, real good. We're coming at you through Botswana for 7 minutes.
I'm clear.
Status, TJ, we're on page 11-5, and we'll be starting point 1.
Thank you, John. Yargety's next at 5-2. See you there.
Okay, TJ, see ya. We're just about to finish up on page 11-5.
Sounds good.
Keep Elvin happy. I'll get an attitude after that, and I promise the sun hadn't come in the bay the whole time.
We know you wouldn't do that.
It hurts my eyes.
Shuttle mission control, 4 days, 23 hours, 39 minutes. 11, almost 12 minutes till we acquire signal again for voice only through Yargety. Payloads officer estimates that it'll be until we berth the shuttle pallet satellite again, that certainly will occur within 30 minutes from now. Challenger on orbit 80. And mission elapsed time is 4 days, 23 hours, 40 minutes. This is Mission Control, Houston.
Challenger, Houston through Yargety for 6.5.
Flying clear, TJ.
Likewise.
And TJ, this is Norm.
Hello there, Norm. Go ahead.
Hey, at 4 days, 23 hours, 15 minutes, I put a kinesthetic repeatability on the OBS.
Okay, we copy that.
Right format. All right, TJ, thought we were still in 161. I guess we went over to the other for the RMS test.
Stand by, I'll check. And Norm, we go back to 161 at 5 days and 45 minutes.
Okay, well, maybe I'll get a chance to repeat it then in another hour or so.
Sounds good. And we'll have a short peek at you through Guam at 05. See you there.
See you there.
This is Mission Control, Houston. We're less than a minute away from it.
You're loud and clear. I think we got you on UHF only right now. Go ahead.
Okay. You announced yourself with a PDI decom fail again.
That's interesting. I don't think we've acquired yet.
Well, you've tried. I've got a little signal strength coming up. It's on this band.
Okay, we're AOS now for 3 minutes.
Okay, Terry, and for your information and for RMUs, we're going back and picking up configuration Charlie in the control system of valve. Earlier, we double-checked it on the TV, and we had a camera problem there. It'll just take a minute, and then we have to go back and pick up the orbiter auto maneuvers loaded.
Okay, I understand you're doing Charlie on control systems and doing the auto loaded.
And that's affirmative.
Hawaii's next at 17.
Okay, TJ, see you there.
is Mission Control Houston. Elapsed time is 5 days, 0 hours, 9 minutes. We'll pick up the crew through Hawaii in about 7.5 minutes. More TV scheduled. There'll be some downlink of the KU antenna stowage procedure on orbit 82 over Goldstone, over the Goldstone station. That'll occur at mission elapsed time of 5 days, 2 hours, and 3 minutes, which translates into 8:36 a.m. And there'll be satellite playback of that event at 8:50 a.m. Central Time. And we're about 6.5 minutes away from Hawaii. This is Mission Control Houston. Mission elapsed time 5 days, 0 hours, 16 minutes. We'll have voice in a minute through Hawaii.
And we're AOS Hawaii for 8 minutes.
Okay, and we have the auto sequence in progress at this time, going from point 1 to point 2 on page 12-6.
Thank you.
TJ, hopefully pretty soon we'll be in a position here to go have our lunch, and I was wondering when you guys were going to be in a position such that you could tell me whether I should be starting to pack this afternoon or not.
We're hoping to have some words for you right after lunch in that regard, Crip.
Okay. Houston, how you reach Challenger through Hawaii?
No, we got just a few seconds at Hawaii here, and then Buckhorn in 1 minute.
Okay. But you were about to go LOS or something because your SPOS transponder thing came on again.
Okay, and make that 2 minutes to Buckhorn.
Okay.
This is Mission Control Houston, 5 days, 0 hours, 25 minutes. About a minute away from acquisition through Buckhorn. And again, a reminder of the addition of more TV. The next TV pass will be on orbit 82, showing the KU band antenna stowage maneuver procedures that will occur at a mission elapsed time of 5 days, 2 hours, and 3 minutes, or Central Daylight Time, 8:36 a.m. Satellite playback of that video will occur at 8:50 a.m. Central Time. And we're just moments away from AOS through Buckhorn on orbit 81. This is Mission Control Houston.
And we're AOS Buckhorn.
Okay, lab clear, clear.
And Crip, when you get a minute, we'd like to talk about a little vernier RCS test we'd like to add right before the meal.
Okay, just a second, let me get a piece of paper. Okay, TJ, go ahead.
Crip, we'd like to get a little data on prop usage and the vernier performance with L5L and R5R deselected while you're eating your meal. And what we'd like you to do after the RMS's berth there to interconnect left ohms to RCS and deselect L5L and R5R. And then we'll look at that for a while and then reselect R5R a little bit later.
Okay, we'll do that. We'll have, go ahead and interconnect left ohms to RCS, and we'll deselect plenty of L5L and R5L, and let you guys get a little pop usage on them.
Very good, thanks.
Houston, Challenger. Terry, you guys got any idea what's causing those spawns down out? And it has to do with something with y'all locking up or dropping com or switching com.
Let me get the latest thinking on that, Crip. I'll get right back to you.
Okay. It really doesn't make that much difference to us. It's just a little nuisance, but sure worried if we got that kind of a problem associated with when we're using PDIs.
Roger. Challenger, Houston.
Go ahead, TJ.
We're thinking there are two different causes for the PDI problem, and one of them is just a multi-path reflection around the payload bay that you see when you move the spas around. And the other one is, as we mentioned before, the FM being turned on and causing interference. Have you seen any problems when you were LOS? We can't explain the problems you've had at the UHF sites. Have you seen any PDI problems LOS?
No problem with LOS at all. It's only associated with the Lincoln ground station. And it does not appear to have to be related to maneuvering the spas around.
And I'm sure we'll be studying it in the weeks to come. Challenger, Houston, we're back with you for about 6.5 minutes through Mila.
Hey, you're loud and clear, TJ.
Roger. And Crip, we could give you a few words on where our current thinking is when you got a minute to listen.
Okay, why don't we hold up on that just a minute here? We're just about to finish up this last auto point.
You bet. We've got Ascension about 10 minutes after Milo.
Yeah, that'd probably be a better place.
We'll call you through Ascension at 5-6.
Okay, see you there, TJ. And we're proceeding to the direct driver.
Roger.
This is Mission Control at 5 days, 0 hours, 43 minutes. The crew has completed the auto mode evaluation of the remote manipulator system, the loaded tests, while the shuttle pallet satellite is grappled. And the last remaining act on the RMS test sequence will be the direct drive berthing of the pallet satellite, which probably will have been completed by the time we reacquire a signal through Ascension Island Station in about 11.5 minutes. This is Mission Control, Houston.
This is Mission Control, Houston. Ascension Island in 40 seconds. Orbit 81 for Challenger on the second flight.
We're AOS Ascension for 7 minutes.
Okay, TJ. John's just about to complete this direct drive berthing, so I want you to hold up just a minute.
You bet.
Okay, TJ, that's going to take a couple more minutes. Why don't you go ahead and give us your big overview?
Okay, we'd like to see you continue with the nominal flight plan this afternoon and get the vehicle all stowed. And we'd like to add a couple things to it. If you agree, we'd like to do APU-3 check again and try to get that flight control system part 1 done. And also we're looking at a power down through group 2 just to save a little cryo a little bit later. And we can tell you more about either one of those anytime you're ready.
understand all that. Did we ever get a chance to go back and look at the data on that APU-3?
Yeah, the chamber pressure was low right from the start, and we don't understand that yet. We'd like to look at it again and maybe try high speed to see if we can get the chamber pressure up, but we can tell you more about that later. We're hoping to do it on the next stateside pass if you think that's doable. That'd be around 2 hours MET at Buckhorn.
That's doable. Okay. What else you got? On the power down, I understand that, and you want to take us down through group 2, is that right?
Roger, that'd be later this afternoon after the APU run, and we're looking at deleting step 4 in group 2, otherwise all the rest.
Deleting which?
Okay, stand by on that. We need to get our act together a little bit better on that, but it'll be a minor power down, including most of group 2.
Okay, I understand.
And Challenger, to get a leg up on the power down, we could deactivate the FES anytime you're ready using the CFIS Q card.
Okay. You guys might have had a chance to see the data on that intermittent flow problem that I had earlier there when I went back to interchanger. I had the same problem then, but still big ditty.
Okay, I understand it just repeated, and we should look at that.
I did it again, then going back to interchanger produced a CNW, which is the last time I did that on the other sleeper day, it was a Freon loop flow on loop 1.
Okay, we'll take a look. Botswana's next in about 4 minutes, and Big John's going to give you a call when we get there.
Okay. Incidentally, I'm 50 after I just told you I hadn't had one of those PDI decom fails when we're LOS. We had one just before this station at about 005020.
Okay, we copy the time. We'll take a look.
Challenger, we're back with you. Botswana for 7.5 big ones.
Howdy, Big John. John, could I ask a question regarding the APU checkout this afternoon or after lunch?
Yes, sir, go ahead. We still have a couple of people that haven't jumped on board that proposition yet, but that's what we're proposing.
All I wanted to ask, since it was a proposition that was being proposed, that I would like to have a backup plan in case APU 3 doesn't start, such that we go ahead and get the FCS checkup out of the road.
Crip, I don't think they want to do a flight control checkout if that APU doesn't come up to speed.
Okay, then we would not do one at all?
That's affirmative.
Okay, I'll accept that as a plan. Still want to be told tomorrow to go do it on APU 2.
And if we do get APU 3 up and in good order, we will do the part 1.
Sure, I understand.
Crip Ecom said he'd seen that momentary glitch in the Freon flow before.
Okay, fine.
John, I wonder if the PSP has been powered down.
We can't tell here at Botswana.
Well, I just wondered if it was powered down from the ground as it was yesterday when we completed the berthing. I've lost lock and can't seem to figure out how to get it back.
We haven't done anything to it yet.
Okay. I'd like to be able to power off those gyros.
And John, you got to go back on A1 to turn off the PSP if you'd like.
Negative, I didn't want to turn it off. It's just that I lost lock at 10817. It appears we we took a hit at that point that we didn't recover from. The same type of hit that we've been taking all along, only we haven't come back. And I'd like to be able to power the SPAS gyros off, and I just want to make sure that you folks hadn't turned me off. Can't do it over Botswana anyhow.
You can switch the other system and try it again if you'd like.
Do that.
And Crip, we got about a minute to go here, and I'd like to say goodbye for all the members of the Orbit 1 team. This will be our last pass. Should you go through an extension, the entry team will take our place.
Oh. Well, we enjoyed working with you troops also.
We certainly enjoyed it. Hope to see you at the party on Sunday.
Hope so.
And John, we've been monitoring the SPAS battery power, and it could be that your culprit there. It could have died.
Guess we cut it pretty close then, didn't we?
It looks that way.
And see if they can give us the latest on it.
They'll get you with some data. They'll see you Guam at 0139er.
This is Mission Control, Houston. Loss of signal at Botswana. Challenger crew will attempt to recheck the APU-3 firing, startup. See if they do get the correct turbine speed on that APU. And if there is a restart, they'll proceed with a flight control system checkout. After their lunch break, they will proceed with normal stowage, a place for everything and everything in its place in the cabin of Challenger. Next station in 22 minutes, Guam. At 5 days, 1 hour, 13 minutes, 15 minutes. This is Mission Control, Houston.
See you there.
Hello, Houston. How you reach Challenger to Guam? Okay. You announced yourself with a PDI decom fail again. Well, you've tried. I've got a little signal strength coming up on this there.
Challenger, Houston, we're reading you loud and clear at Yargity.
Okay, Terry, and for your information and for our news, we're going back and picking up.
This is Mission Control, Houston. Acquisition at Guam for the next 7 minutes.
Challenger, the Granite team is with you at Guam for 8 minutes.
Hey, John, nice to hear from you.
And I have 2 switches we'd like over on R2 in relation to APU number 3.
Go ahead.
Okay, the boiler controller power heater from Bravo to Alpha
Which one, John?
on APU number 3 and the controller to on.
Okay, we were in Alpha. You want us to be in Alpha or Bravo?
We want you to be in Alpha.
Okay, we'll leave it there, and then we'll turn the boiler controller on.
Roger that. And just for your information, we're still thinking about what we're going to do with APU 3. We'll let you know when we've come to the conclusion.
That's a good time to let us know.
Roger. And Challenger, Houston, check your DAP. We show you in manual.
Ah, thank you. It's okay with you guys. We'll go ahead and fly around backwards here a little bit. Closer to where we're at anyhow.
Challenger, Houston, we're going to be going LOS in 30 seconds, see you in Hawaii in 6 minutes, and your go for flying backwards. And it'll probably be another rev before we would even attempt to make an APU startup if we make that decision.
Okay, understand. What about this little vernier test you guys want to do? When do y'all want to do that?
Roger, your go for that right now, Creb.
Okay.
Mission Control, Houston. Loss of signal at Guam. Hawaii upcoming in 5 minutes.
I'll take it. Houston Comtech, Hawaii Comtech on air to ground 2.
This is Mission Control, Houston. Acquisition through Hawaii at this time.
Challenger, Houston with you at Hawaii for 7 minutes.
Okay, loud and clear. And Prop might take a look at our DAP configuration. I believe that's what he wanted.
Roger, we would like you to be in A1, B1 configuration, Bob, and do the test in A.
Well, I thought that's where I was. Just a second. Got A1, B1 in, and we are in DAP A.
Okay, thank you. And when somebody has a minute, if they're back there by A1, we'd like to take the KU band from command to panel.
Okay, it's in panel.
Thank you. We just want to check some data for your stow procedure later on.
Okay. We're getting about ready to do that stow procedure. You want to do that over a station?
Roger, we want to do that over Goldstone, and we just want to make sure we have the switch in panel for at least 1 minute before we even start the procedure.
Okay, when's Goldstone coming up?
In 9 minutes.
9 minutes, understand.
And Challenger, Houston, if somebody has the time, John or Sally, to provide the payloads people with any comments they would have during the SPA's power down procedure. Was it nominal or any other comments they noticed?
Okay, copy that. Time to copy now.
And Challenger, Houston, if we could have the KU band power switch on now, we'd like that.
John, that's already on.
Okay, on panel A1U. Okay, thanks.
I say it is already on.
Thank you. We copy. And Challenger, Houston, we'd like you to check on R15 and make sure all the KU band circuit breakers are in.
Okay, do you think some of them are out, or is that just a double check?
Roger, we're not showing the power on, so if you would just check that all the circuit breakers on row D on R15 are in, we'd appreciate it.
That's affirmative.
Roger, if you could reselect command, please, then. Panel to command on the KU band.
You got it.
Thank you.
Okay, I did a IO reset to the KU. It looks like it's working. Sometime early this morning, just prior to wake up, over one station, we ended up with a IO with a bypass on the KU band. We figured you guys had done it.
Roger, we copy. And Challenger Houston, we'll go LOS here in 20 seconds. We'll see you over the States in a couple of minutes, and your go for the KU band stow procedure over Goldstone.
Okay, we'll do it with you.
Roger.
This is Mission Control Houston. Loss of signal at Hawaii. About a minute and a half until reacquisition through Buckhorn for the final stateside pass today, this morning. And we should have live TV at Buckhorn of the stowage of the KU band antenna, swinging inboard and going to its stowed position.
Challenger Houston with you at Buckhorn for 7 minutes.
Okay, Buckhorn.
Roger that. And Challenger Houston, we have Goldstone now if you want to go ahead with the KU band stow.
Okay, and I'm prepared to do the antenna cable positioning, and we'll proceed unless you say otherwise.
Roger that. And Challenger Houston, when you have the TV set up like you like it, we'd like to have control if that's okay.
Got it.
Thank you. And Challenger Houston, we're going to lose you here at Buckhorn in the next 30 seconds. We'll see you at Mila in a few minutes for a 50-second pass.
Okay.
And we did see the beginning of the stow sequence, and good job, Rick.
Okay. It's all complete.
Roger, and Enco says outstanding. We appreciate all your good work.
Pennington's always talking nice to us.
Challenger Houston with you for a short time at Mila.
Okay, loud and clear.
And we'll see you next at Ascension at 2+33.
Okay, see you there, John.
Mission Control Houston. Loss of signal at an extremely brief pass. The edge of the Mila acquisition range. Ascension Island 16 minutes from now. 5 days, 2 hours, 16 minutes. This is Mission Control Houston. Mission Control Houston. We should have acquisition at this time through Ascension Island. And with a brief dropout, we pick up again at Botswana.
Challenger Houston with you at Ascension for 4.5 minutes, and we'll have a keyhole in the middle of it.
Okay, John.
This is Mission Control Houston, the 9 a.m. change of shift flight director briefing has been delayed until 9:15 Central Daylight Time. Tommy Holloway will be accompanied by Lieutenant General James Abramson, Associate Administrator for Spaceflight, NASA Headquarters. Again, this is 9:15 JSC Briefing Room.
Challenger, Houston with you at Botswana for 7 minutes, and I have a note for you on an APU start when you're ready to copy.
Okay, just a second.
You may want to refer to the Orbit Ops checklist, FCS checkout, page 77.
Let me dig it out. Page again.
Okay, just as an overall summary, the thermal experts are still trying to make sure there isn't a leak. So I'll go ahead with some procedural changes here, and we may perform them on this Guam and Hawaii pass, or it may be in orbit later.
Okay. Ready, copy.
Okay, Bob, on page 77, we're just going to be doing part 1, so we only have to get ASA 4 to on, and the flight control channels 4 to auto, and then perform the Ops 8 transition.
Okay, we understand that. All 4 ASAs, all 4 STS channels, and go to Ops 8.
Roger, and when we do it, we'll make sure that APU number 3 quantity will cut it off at 62%.
Okay, we want to use the minimum quantity for APU 3 of 6.2.
Roger.
Okey-doke.
Okay, over on page 7-9.
We're there.
We will give you a go for the APU start, and then specifically a go for the APU tank fuel valve to open. And then we'd like to look at some data for a while, and then we'll give you another go for the APU controller to start run.
Okay, we understand that.
And then we'll just stay that way on low press for some time. And whatever occurs, do not use start override or inhibit. And did you copy the last transmission, Bob, to not use start override or inhibit?
We understand. Do not use start override or inhibit to start it.
Roger. Then over on 710, we will give you a call when we want you to take the hydraulic main pump press up to norm.
Okay, you'll call.
Roger. And then we may or may not go to high speed. If we want to go to high speed, we'll call.
Okay, you will call if you want to go to high speed.
Roger. And then we'll also give you a call when we want you to start the aero surface drive test.
Okay, we will call the drive test.
Right, and once we give you that call, you're on your own to finish it.
Do that, I understand.
Okay, that's the end of the little changes, and we, like I said at the start, we may or may not do this starting this Guam pass. It may wait for the next orbit.
When is the next Guam pass?
Bob, I didn't understand your last transmission.
What time is the next Guam pass?
Okay, Guam's, this one's at 3 plus 14, and the one after that at 4 plus 52.
Okay, I'm assuming you will give me a little bit of time to get over an Ops 8. I'd like to know it before coming in West Guam, that is.
Right, all we're trying to do at the Guam site, Bob, in either case will be to just go as far as low press.
understand that. We can handle it, whatever y'all want.
Okay, RMU just wants to have some time in either case to look at the data for a little bit of time in all the different places.
Concur with that. All set now. We can handle it all if you just give us a call to start a ground. How's your mind doing?
Roger, and we'll be looking forward to Dr. Thagard's TV show over Hawaii as well.
Okay.
Challenger, Houston, we'll be going LOS here in 10 seconds. We'll see you at Guam at 3+14.
3+14, we'll be standing by for your direction.
Roger, thank you, sir. Challenger, Houston's with you at Guam, and we're ready to get started with our APU checkout.
Okay, we're going to operate. We're ready for tank valve opening, tank isolation valve.
Roger, you have a go for that, Bob.
Okay, we got a gray. We're waiting.
Roger, we copy that, and we want to watch in a minute here, Bob.
Okay, we're waiting.
And we'd like a TFL format 162, please.
Okay, we're working on it. Five two, is that right? 162.
162.
Okay.
And Crip, we're go for start.
Okay, just a sec. Waiting for the TFL to show complete.
Roger, we concur.
Okay. Okay, start run.
Roger.
And we're waiting. Do you have a barber pole?
Copy. We're looking at the data.
Roger.
And Crip, our data is showing it's looking real good right now. We'd like to just stay in this configuration, though, until Hawaii.
Okay, understand.
And Norm, a comment from Houston. We would like you to delay your TV show start at Hawaii. We'd like to make sure we get the dump of the playback data down first. We'll give you a go for the TV start.
Okay, copy.
And Challenger, Houston, we're going LOS here in 25 seconds. We'll see you at Hawaii in 6 minutes.
See you there.
This is Mission Control, Houston. Loss of signal at Guam. Hawaii in about 4 minutes. During the just completed pass over Guam, APU 3 was restarted successfully. Turbine speed got up to 103%. And the checkout of the flight control system is underway at LOS. We'll have further word from the crew at the Hawaii pass in 3 minutes from now.
Challenger, Houston's with you at Hawaii for 7 minutes.
Loud and clear. Go ahead, John.
Okay, I was just going to go ahead and give you a go for main pump to normal. And we're looking good from this point so far with our data. Challenger, your go for aerosurface drive, and we won't be going too high speed.
I understand. And we're starting aerosurface drive at this time.
That's affirmative. Go for aerosurface drive. And Norm, your go for TV.
Okay, John, can you hear me okay?
Roger, loud and clear. We don't have a picture yet, though, Norm.
Hey, well, I'm staying by till we get a picture. Sally's gone up to check on it. We got a Q light, so you may have a picture now.
Roger, we have a nice picture of you.
As you can see, I have a patient here. I wanted to do this, John, because I wanted you to know that I just wasn't having all fun and games up here. I really was working. And Bill Thornton kindly provided us with a lot of gear to study space adaptation syndrome and some other space-related things. So just briefly start out, not covering the hardware so much as just telling you what we were looking at. We wanted to look at two principal things that have been said to be possible causes. One of them was a fluid shift in which you essentially get increased pressure inside the head. And the other principal theory has been that you had a conflict between the senses, namely that the eyes and the vestibular system and the body's position sensors all were saying different things, which created stresses, which led to problems. Well, I don't know if we'll find the answer on this mission, but I think we certainly gathered a lot of data. And I would like just to name a few of the things that we did do. Using John as our subject here, you see the principal tool that we use to look at the sensory conflict theory. Basically, what we have here is a setup that measures electro-oculograms. Those are nothing more than looking at the electrical impulses of the eyes. Basically, when the eyes move, they generate a varying potential, which can be amplified and stored or printed out on charts. To look at that, I had an oscilloscope. I could actually look at the waveform real time and see that I was getting good data. I had a control box which allowed me to select the different functions. Of course, John ordinarily would have electrodes on his head, which he doesn't now have. And we had a data interface box to allow us both to send the data to the ground and also to put it simultaneously on a little onboard recorder just in case we were not in a mode where we could get the ground data. And a DC amplifier. And in the corner, the little drum there is something the neurologists call an optokinetic drum, which is also used to look at eye movements and the interplay between the components of the vestibular system and the eyes. We're getting ready to shut down the APUs on your, if that's okay, John.
Stand by.
Okay.
And Norm, break, just 1 minute. Your APU looks good, and your go for a normal shutdown. And we're seeing your picture again, Norm.
Andy, go ahead, Norm. Okay. To look at the other basic problem area, the one of fluid shifts, we had several tests that we used. The principal one I had set up in the airlock, and of course we can't take a camera in there and show you, but that was evoked potentials, audio evoked potentials, in which we beeped a little sound pulse into the ears and then looked at the actual pickup of that sound impulse by the ear sensory system and its transmission to the brain. And we also did a number of things on fluid shifts, such as putting stockings on and measuring to see how much the leg diameter decreased on orbit, which it will do as the fluid distributes from the lower part of the body to the upper part of the body. And we did some photographs. We set up a little grid here, which was all calibrated,
and we measured out the exact distances and took photos of the legs and of the face. Another thing you may have noted in us is people in orbit get puffy faces, again as a result of the fluid moving from the lower part of the body to the upper part of the body. We've basically conducted these experiments from the first moment on orbit right up until the present time, and we'll probably continue them for a short while longer, but then we'll have to pack up everything to get back on the ground. So, see, John, I really have been working. I had just been goofing off up here, but I have been having a good time, and I think this is something that you'll really like when you get here.
Well, Norm, I tell you what, we sure appreciate the excellent description of your tests and the outstanding pictures of your doctor's office out there.
And I'd like to thank Dr. Bill Thornton, who devised most of these experiments, of course. His equipment all, for the most part, worked really well. However, it was a task to put it all together, and he said at some point I would probably curse him. Well, just let me say this. Gosh darn you, Dr. Bill.
Well put, Norm. And we're going LOS in 15 seconds. We'll see you at Botswana at 4+18.
This is Mission Control, Houston. Loss of signal at Hawaii. Next station in 41 minutes will be Botswana. Fairly long LOS here as the orbit precesses westward, away from the continental U.S. and the main tracking stations. During Hawaii, the APU-3 run was still underway. The crew was given a go for testing the aero surfaces, the elevons and rudder, etc., that are driven by the hydraulic system powered by the APU. And we're given a go for normal shutdown. The APU looked good by all the measurements on the ground. "40 minutes to next station. The live TV pass at Hawaii was a description of some of the medical investigations underway by Dr. Norm Thagard aboard Challenger. And with some credit to Charlie Brown and Lucy, a sign held up saying the doctor is in. AOS at Botswana in 40 minutes. This is Mission Control, Houston. 5 days, 3 hours, 38 minutes. This is Mission Control, Houston. Acquisition at Botswana in about 35 seconds. Brief gap between Botswana and Indian Ocean Station for about the next 16 minutes. Should have coverage over those two sites.
Challenger Houston's with you at Botswana for 7 minutes with some good news for you.
Okay, we're always ready for good news.
Right, Crib, just to tell you that your APU-3 looks real good with the data we got during the Hawaii pass, and the weather forecast at the Cape has improved a little bit. So we're pressing ahead with nominal end-of-mission planning right now.
Okay, that sounds reasonable to us. The APU look good also, and we'd be looking forward to coming home tomorrow if the weather's looking good.
Roger, we're looking forward to seeing y'all. And Quip, if y'all could give us a couple, give me an R5R on, we'd appreciate it, please.
Okay, we'll go ahead and do that.
And if you have any comments about your right ohms oxygen and fuel quantity gauges, we'd like to hear those.
I don't know if I'm smart enough to make a comment.
Are they working at all, Bob? Or are they stuck in a particular position? You know, are they showing zero?
They're showing zero.
Okay, we copy.
Hey, you want both R5R and an L5L?
Negative. Leave L5L off.
That's weird, but we'll do it.
We're looking at the single jet failure case there, Crip.
Roger. Okay, R5R is back on the table.
Roger, thank you.
Well, anticipation, not knowing what you guys were going to do, we've been in the process of getting the cabin all tidied up to come home tomorrow ourselves, and we think we're in pretty reasonable shape.
Roger, sounds like we're in sync.
I think that I personally have eaten enough of Rita's food. I'm not sure I can get back in my flight suit, though.
Okay.
Yeah, John, this is Norm.
Roger, Norm, go ahead.
Okay, at 5 days, 4 hours, and 5 minutes, I put a kinesthetic repeatability on OBS for Dr. Bill.
Okay, thank you very much.
And John, tell Dr. Bill I don't really curse him, just kidding.
Roger that, Norm. And we sure enjoyed your Dr. Thagard show over Hawaii.
He whispers under his breath.
And we have a note here for you, Norm, that we are opening, from the Houston Post, that we are opening extra offices, sending newsletters and hiring consultants, devising written marketing plans and setting up practices in non-traditional places, such as storefronts, shopping centers, and we would like to add in spaceships.
I don't know if Norm is ready for that kind of practice or not, but for my money, he is.
Roger.
I have to get that later, John. This unit's acting up. I don't think I heard any of that.
I like the kind of practice he's been doing up here, all preventive. Didn't have any patience.
Roger that.
Doing this and prevents us from doing that.
And Challenger Houston, we would be interested in any data you have on what you found in the cabin filters last night.
The cabin filters looked very clean this last night.
Roger that, thank you.
Just the way we like them. There was some lint on the IMU filters again, and they did clean those off.
Roger, thank you.
And John, I went through the gas E activities at about 5 days, 3 hours, and 15 minutes, and got all the gas relays off.
Roger, we copy, Sally, thank you.
And the gas encoder stowed.
Roger, and we'll be going LOS here in 30 seconds for a couple of minutes. We'll see you at Indian Ocean.
See you, John.
Challenger Houston with you at Indy for 7 minutes.
Okay, loud and clear.
And we're reading you loud and clear.
I'm sorry, John, say again.
Roger, just a confirmation that we're reading you loud and clear.
Okay. I had some music in my other ear. I'm sorry about it.
Challenger Houston, we're going to go AOS in 30 seconds. And if you're not using the TV system, just a reminder to go ahead and power it down. We'll see you at Guam at 4 plus 52.
Mission Control, Houston. Loss of signal at Indian Ocean Station. Guam in 17 minutes. 5 days, 4 hours, 35 minutes, mission control.
Challenger, Houston's with you at Guam for 4 minutes, and we'll have a short keyhole during this pass.
Keep going.
And Challenger, Houston, if you're ready to copy, I have a few notes for you.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, Crip, after your IMU align, we'd like you to turn L5L on and return to straight feed.
Okay.
And we'd like you, for this evening's water dump, to take supply tank Bravo to 20%.
Okay, water dump is Bravo to 20 and negative on waste.
That's affirmative. And check your DAP and auto we show manual.
That's my fault. While ago I screwed up a maneuver. Thank you.
Okay, and further on the tonight for your switches, we'd like you to remain on cryo tanks 1 and 2.
I can understand. We'll leave tank 3's off.
That's affirmative. And we're going LOS here. We'll see you at Hawaii in 7 minutes. And just a reminder also to purge your fuel cells.
Do that tonight.
Roger. And Challenger, Houston, we're going to lose you here again in 19 seconds. We'd like you to get the APU heater controller power off for APU 3.
Okay.
See you at Hawaii.
This is Mission Control, Houston. Loss of signal at Guam. Hawaii in 6 minutes. On this previous orbit across Botswana and Indian Ocean Station, the crew reported that the stowage aboard Challenger is in reasonable shape. Everything almost put away. The Capcom reported that the weather at Kennedy Space Center is improving and that all planning is continuing with a nominal end-of-mission planning. Bob Crippen commented that he had eaten so much of Rita's food that he may not be able to get into his flight suit, referring, of course, to the JSC nutritionist Rita Rapp, who oversees preparation and stowage of the flight food. And Sally Ride has deactivated all the getaway special canisters in preparation for entry and landing. Hawaii in 5 minutes. 5 days, 4 hours, 58 minutes. Mission Control, Houston.
Challenger, Houston's with you at Hawaii for 8 minutes.
Okay, then you can tell ECOM we're pumping up the cabin a little bit.
Roger, we copy, pumping up the cabin. Challenger, Houston, if somebody's back on A7L, we've got to move the MAD strain gauge back to on.
Better coming out.
Thank you. Challenger, Houston, we'd like you to take the APU fuel pump valve cool A to auto.
A is an auto.
Okay.
Is it so low?
We copy, it's in auto. We'll check the data.
I turned off that control power.
Okay,
Turned off the control.
Roger, Crip, if you could cycle the switch, please.
Okay, I don't think it does anything after I turn off the APU control power.
Stand by one.
You guys asked me to turn off the APU so we control the power off. No?
Roger, Crip, we asked you to turn it off, and stand by one. We're checking as to whether or not that's the problem. Roger, you're right, Crip. We'll take the gotcha.
Okay, which way do you want it? Do you want the controller power back on or the A-auto off?
Roger, we'd like the controller power on and the APU fuel pump valve to A-auto.
Okay, you got it.
Challenger, Houston will be going LOS in 30 seconds. We'll see you at Santiago at 5+32.
See you there.
This is Mission Control Houston, loss of signal at Hawaii. Next station, Santiago, in 20 minutes. 5 days, 5 hours, 12 minutes, Mission Control Houston.
Challenger, Houston with you at Santiago for 3 minutes with a couple of notes. Challenger, Houston with you at Santiago for a couple of minutes. Challenger, Houston with you at Santiago for a couple of minutes. Challenger, we're going LOS in 10 seconds at Santiago. We'll see you at Botswana at 5+54. Challenger, Houston's with you at Botswana for 6 minutes with a couple of notes when you're ready.
Okay, John, we're ready.
Raj would like you to repress the left ohms.
Okay, we'll repress the left ohms.
And if you would take the RJDA-2B manifold 3 driver to off, please.
Okay, can you give us a couple words on that?
All right, we just wanted all the drivers off, and that one appears to be in the on position still on 016.
Okay, I understand. I got that off now. Thanks for that, Cat.
Okay, and that's all I have. Whenever y'all are ready for a tag-up briefing here at Botswana or Indian Ocean, we'll go ahead with that. Your call.
Contacted Indian Ocean.
Okay.
John, did it matter to you which helium press valve we used for repressing the ohms on the left?
No, you can use either A, B, or both. And if possible, we prefer for you to wait until after the interconnect return before you repress the left ohms.
You didn't want me to do it 5 seconds ago.
It's okay if you've already done it.
Affirm.
Challenger, Houston, we're going to be going AOS in 20 seconds. See you at Indian Ocean in a couple of minutes.
Okay, and we'll be ready for the debrief, or the,
Roger that. Challenger, Houston's with you at Indy for the tag-up brief.
Okay, John, you're a little shaky there, but we're ready.
Okay, first of all, a lot of accomplishments today, especially the excellent APU-3 that y'all got checked out for us. We kind of felt that saw that the chamber pressure cleared after 7 seconds and it ran well. We suspect contamination. You have 3 good APUs for entry. You had a very good flight control system checkout. The CFIS runs went very well. The SPAs and RMS activities were outstanding. After the berthing and the RMS release, both batteries dropped offline. We think SPAs powered down at approximately 5 days, 0-1 and 0-8 minutes due to the loss of batteries. And our first cut is that we had 70.36 amps hours of time. Finally, the RMS DTO summary. All concerned are very excited and pleased with the day's activities and send their congratulations for a job well done. We saw no anomalies. I have a note for you, and that is that the IMU-1 resolver limit byte mask will carry over for the Ops 3 transition.
Okay, understand.
And a couple of cap deltas for you tomorrow. First of all, we would like to delay the OSTA 2 deactivation by approximately 1 hour to allow for venting after the MIA 3 run. Second, we would like to open the PAM sun shield early, about the time of the maneuver to tail sun. And we'll be going to a tail-only control at approximately 1800, that's 1800, if nominal end of mission. And on the teleprinter messages tonight, for certain 3 items you will see is that we would like the AC breakers to be pulled for entry. Those are the same ones as during ascent. We'd like the circ pump management. We will have a circ pump management for loop 2. And the body flap repositioning for post-landing. And that concludes our tag up.
Okay, John, that's a good rundown. We appreciate it. We think it was a satisfactory day from our standpoint, and it still left us with better comfortable this afternoon to get ready for long tomorrow. We understand all the instructions to the program, and but this is a very busy included in the teleprinter messages for manana.
Roger that.
Very good.
And Crip, just one additional, there will be a new APU management plan for the entry.
Okay, I kind of suspected there might be.
And Crip, just an overall summary of what we're currently thinking. We'll go ahead and start APUs number 1 and 2 first, prior to the burn. If they don't start okay, we'll just go ahead and wave off to Edwards.
You want that both?
That's affirmative.
Okay, we understand.
And we'll send that up in the chain.
Yeah. How about what are the weather guessers saying about KSC tomorrow?
Roger, the weather has continued to improve from a forecast viewpoint, and we look reasonably optimistic.
Diplomatically said. Okay, John.
And we have a couple of other notes for you. We'd like you to make sure that you open the bleed orifice for sleep, and a reminder for the LIO changeout.
Yeah, the LIO changeout is complete, and we'll check on the bleed orifice. I think it is open.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Challenger, Houston, we're going to go LOS here at Indian Ocean. We'll see you at Guam at 6+31, and we'd like you to go ahead and change out the other LIO canister as well. We're seeing some spiking in the ppCO2.
What are you saying it up to?
Roger, it got up to 5 before the change out.
Yeah, you're right. I bet some money it'll come back down.
This is Mission Control, Houston. Loss of signal at Indian Ocean Station. Final tag up prior to sleep period and tomorrow's entry and landing with some spacecraft systems management notes passed up by Capcom John Blaha. One note of interest that was also passed up was that the SPOS battery apparently went dead at about 70 amp hours, which was the guaranteed lifetime, including the shelf life of that battery. Next station in 19 minutes is Guam at 5 days, 6 hours, 12 minutes. Mission Control, Houston. This is Mission Control, Houston. We have acquisition at this time with Challenger through the Guam station.
Guam for 3 minutes, and we'll have a keyhole during the pass.
Okay, John?
And Challenger, Houston, we're going at LOS. We'll see you at Hawaii at 6+40.
See you at Hawaii.
Okay.
Mission Control, Houston, LOS, Guam. Hawaii in 6 minutes. Crew winding down the day's activities, preparing to go into the sleep period, which begins at about 7 hours, 40 minutes into this flight day. This is Mission Control, Houston. We have acquisition through Hawaii for the final pass this afternoon. Over that station.
Challenger, Houston's with you at Hawaii for 7 minutes.
Okay, you got the down, and I got the IMU data for it if y'all want it.
Roger, we're ready to copy.
Okay, stars 20 and 51, angle error was 0.02. Torquing angles for number 1, plus 0.02, plus 0.09, minus 0.08. Number 2, minus 0.02, 0, plus 0.01. Number 3, minus 0.08, minus 0.05, plus 0.06. Execution time 5 days, 6 hours, 33 minutes, and 45 seconds.
Roger, thanks for the data, Rick. Challenger Houston, we're going LOS in 30 seconds. We'll see you at Santiago at 6 plus 7 plus 06.
See you there, John.
Mission Control Houston, loss of signal at Hawaii on orbit 85, Santiago upcoming in 18 minutes, followed by Ascension and Indian Ocean Station. This is Mission Control Houston, acquisition at Santiago for the final conversation with the crew before sleep in about 30 seconds.
Challenger Houston's with you at Santiago for 6 minutes, and I have a couple switches.
Could you tell me and see if I can remember them?
Okay, first the APU number 3, control power on and the fuel pump A to off.
Yeah. Okay, you better explain what we're doing, John, that configuration, and then we'll take the control power back off after that?
No, I read it wrong, Bob. Just take the control power off and the fuel pump A to off.
Okay, that makes more sense. We'll get it. What else you got?
Okay, we'd like you back there to take the MAD strain gauge to PCM enable.
Okay, we'll get that.
And you have a good state vector on board, which ought to be good for tomorrow morning. And that's all the notes we have. We're planning on this being our last pass prior to the sleep.
Sounds good to us. We're just down here having our dinner, floating on the ceiling or floating on the floor or floating on the wall, depending on your point of view. Got some turkey and gravy and some spaghetti, a little bit of cauliflower. It's great.
You guys are having a good time. I just had some crackers for lunch.
Right, you had to go work the machine there probably.
You got it.
Yeah, Rita takes good care of us. Rita Rapp insists we have to have 3,000 calories a day whether we need it or not.
Right.
That was my reference a while ago. I didn't think I was going to be able to fit in my flight suit. Put it in front of me and I eat it.
Roger, we understand. And Crip, just an overall message from the entire Granite team. We would like to say goodbye and really enjoyed working the flight with you and wish you a good entry tomorrow morning.
Okay, we appreciate those thoughts, and we enjoyed it working with you guys too. I'd like to do it again soon sometime. And John, I've got our last payload input for you.
Ready to copy, John.
Okay, ASE thermal, ANIC 055715, and Palapa 055730.
Roger, we copy. Thank you, John.
Sure.
Good night, lady. Good night, gentlemen. Good night, Crib. We'll let you go to sleep.
That is so bad. Gross, real gross. Good night, guys.
The STS-7 theme song.
Mission Control Houston. And so to bed for the STS-7 crew. It may be debatable how much sleep they will get after being exposed to the a cappella duet of John Blaha and Guy Gardner. The crew, of course, retaliated with a little bit of Entry of the Gladiators on a tape recorder. Ascension Island in 10 minutes, but no further contact is planned with the crew prior to wake up. Five days, 7 hours, 13 minutes. This is Mission Control Houston.
Mission Control Houston, 5 days, 7 hours, 52 minutes mission elapsed time. We expect the change of shift press conference with the off-going flight director John Cox to begin approximately as scheduled at 2:30 in Building 2, room 135 here at the Johnson Space Center. Crew has just started their scheduled sleep period, and the Challenger is on orbit 86, currently over India. And the new flight control team here in Mission Control is beginning to prepare the teleprinter messages that will be linked up to the crew before they get up. This is Mission Control Houston. Mission Control Houston, 5 days, 8 hours, 12 minutes mission elapsed time. Challenger on Rev 86 out over the Pacific Ocean. Just made a brief pass across the range of the Guam tracking station. Flight controllers here in Mission Control, just keeping an eye on vehicle systems overnight as they get ready for entry in the morning. Relative to that question in the press conference about the go-no-go times for door closing, that is passed up to the crew at the last ground station site before the scheduled door closing. In the case of the Rev 96 KSC Opportunity, that would be at Indian Ocean Station about 3.5 hours before deorbit burn. 5 days, 8 hours, 13 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Mission Control Houston. Mission Control Houston, 5 days, 9 hours, 27 minutes mission elapsed time. Crew has 6 hours remaining in their scheduled sleep period, and the orbiter Challenger is currently over India on orbit number 87. Here in Mission Control, the flight controllers are preparing the teleprinter messages for later uplink to the crew, making notes about switch configurations and a few suggestions for the entry preparations coming up tomorrow. Weather forecasters are optimistic about opportunities for a Kennedy Space Center landing in the morning. And of course they won't make a final decision on that until after some of the planes get up in that area early in the morning. At 5 days, 9 hours, 28 minutes mission elapsed time, this is Mission Control Houston. Mission Control Houston, 5 days, 10 hours, 27 minutes mission elapsed time. Challenger has just passed over the southern part of South America, over the range of the tracking station at Santiago. Data coming down from the spacecraft indicates all systems are nominal at this time. And the flight control team here in Mission Control is going over their list of switch configurations for tomorrow and other entry preparations that the crew will be advised of. Crew has about 5 hours remaining in their sleep period. And on the last stretch of orbit number 87. We would like to announce at this time that we intend to cancel the sleep shift, change of shift press conference that would happen late tonight. I believe that was scheduled for about 11:30 Central Daylight Time. Of course, we would hold open the option at any time of reinstating a press conference should there be any vehicle problem that would cause us to want to do that, or any other situation that needed that would call for holding a press conference. But our current intention, as with all of our sleep shift, change of shift briefings for this flight, would be to cancel that press conference tonight. Persons having any remaining questions about scheduled entry for in the morning can direct their questions to the various NASA Center newsrooms. 5 days, 10 hours, 28 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Mission Control, Houston. Mission Control, Houston. 5 days, 11 hours, 26 minutes mission elapsed time. Challenger on orbit number 88 out over the Pacific, and everything continuing to go well aboard the spacecraft. Crew about halfway through their scheduled sleep period, and flight controllers here in Mission Control continue to plan their morning messages to the crew about switch configurations and other entry preparations. 5 days, 11 hours, 26 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Mission Control, Houston. Mission Control, Houston. 5 days, 12 hours, 28 minutes mission elapsed time. Things continue to go smoothly here in Mission Control during the crew sleep shift. About 3 hours and 10 minutes remaining in that sleep shift period before the crew gets up and begins their preparations for entry day. All systems aboard the spacecraft appear to be functioning normally based upon the data coming down as it passes over various ground stations. Of course, at this time of the evening, as the orbit has precessed westward, it passes over these stations less and less frequently. And at the moment, we are an hour and 15 minutes away from our next contact, which would be through the Dakar station, that station which we just passed over some 15 minutes ago. Flight controllers monitor data as they get it, and everything appears to be in good shape for entry day tomorrow. Some final changes being made to the teleprinter messages that will go up to the crew. Those are normally sent just before crew wake up, and the crew will have them in hand like their morning newspaper to read over, look at as they after they get up, and perhaps sometimes while they're having breakfast. Those generally deal with changes to the nominal crew activity plan, updates and suggestions for some procedures that may not already be in their flight books on board. We're at 5 days, 12 hours, and 30 minutes into the mission STS-7. This is Mission Control, Houston. Mission Control, Houston. 5 days, 13 hours, 28 minutes mission elapsed time. Preparations are currently being made in the mission control room for entry day in the morning. The countdown clocks, which count down to deorbit ignition and to actual touchdown time, have been set above the big screens at the front of the control room. And the large center screen is currently being calibrated. It will hold the graphics, the charts that flight controllers will be looking at as the orbiter comes through its final phases of re-entry and landing, hopefully at the Kennedy Space Center on its first opportunity of the morning. Of course, the weather situation continues to be the uncertain factor in which landing site would be used and on which orbit the Challenger would come in. flight controllers will be getting weather updates probably on the next flight control team shift, the entry shift, which comes on in about 2 hours from now, and they hand over in about 3 hours to that shift. Most of the teleprinter messages have been completed, and much of the data will be uplinked to the spacecraft at the next Dakar pass in about 15 minutes or so. At 5 days, 13 hours, 29 minutes into the flight of STS-7, this is Mission Control, Houston. Mission Control, Houston, 5 days, 14 hours, 27 minutes mission elapsed time. Challenger on orbit number 90, out over the area around Indonesia and swinging down over Australia very shortly. About an hour remaining in the crew's sleep period, and we don't expect, unless the crew calls, to hear from them until the auroral pass on orbit number 91 in about an hour and 40 minutes from now. Just a reminder that the change of shift press conference for the planning team, off-going flight director Larry Bourgeois, has been canceled. That briefing would have been held about 11:30 this evening, and that briefing again has been canceled. There is no new activity to report relative to the flight, and no additional landing information or weather information at the landing sites to convey at this time. About an hour from now, the entry team of flight controllers will begin drifting into mission control and assuming their positions for entry. Expecting, if we do come into Kennedy Space Center at that first opportunity, and a TIG or a deorbit ignition about almost 8 hours away from now, and landing about 9 hours away from now. 5 days, 14 hours, 29 minutes, mission elapsed time. This is Mission Control, Houston. Mission Control, Houston. 5 days, 15 hours, 28 minutes, mission elapsed time. Challenger on orbit number 91, passing over the Madrid station right now. The entry team of flight controllers is coming into the control room, and will be beginning their 1 hour handover period shortly. We're a little less than 7 hours away from deorbit ignition, beginning of the OMS engine burns to bring the spacecraft back down into the atmosphere, and a little bit less than 8 hours away from touchdown. This, of course, assuming the nominal end of mission landing at Kennedy Space Center. The weather on the radar appears to be improving slightly as we see it overnight, although we have had no additional weather updates. I'm sure that will be reserved for the oncoming flight control team. Flight controllers monitoring the data from the spacecraft a moment ago indicated that they see an indication that the food warmer is on aboard the spacecraft, indicating that the crew is up, or at least someone is up and fixing breakfast. We're at about the end of the scheduled crew sleep period anyway, although not planning to do the wake-up call until the pass over the auroral station in eastern Australia in 38 minutes. At 5 days, 15 hours, 30 minutes mission elapsed time, this is Mission Control, Houston.
This is Shuttle Control at 5 days, 16 hours, 5 minutes mission elapsed time. Challenger is coming up on acquisition through Auroral Australia Station. In about 2 minutes, we intend to send a wake up to the crew at that time, although all indications are that they are already awake. Telemetry indications are that the food warmer has been activated. But we'll talk to them at Aurora. We'll stand by for that.
Well, good morning. Good morning down there, and thanks for the fight song. Go Seminoles, and we'll let the rest of them tell you how we're doing this morning, which is great.
Morning to you, and hope you're all feeling well. We're looking forward to seeing you today.
Okay, Mary, we're looking forward to coming home. Hope everything's still looking good.
As far as we can tell, everything's looking great.
Outstanding. Well, we're up. Got our act together almost. How long are you going to be to do it, though? Okay, Mary, looks like you had a little keyhole there. How much longer are you going to be there?
We have you for about another minute. Challenger, this is Houston, and we're 20 seconds from LOS. The entry team will take you over in Mila at 1646, and wishing you a good entry, and we're looking forward to seeing you this afternoon.
Okay, Mary. Appreciate you guys taking care of us last night, and all the messages look real good.
Thanks a lot. We appreciate that.
See you this afternoon.
This is Shuttle Control. Aurora has loss of signal. Next station is Merritt Island in 32 minutes. The wake-up music this morning, the usual few opening bars of the Texas Aggie War Hymn. That was followed by the Florida State University fight song, played by the Florida State University Marching Chiefs. Norm Thagard is an alumnus of FSU. At 5 days, 16 hours, 13 minutes mission elapsed time, this is Shuttle Control, Houston. This is Shuttle Control at 5 days, 16 hours, 44 minutes mission elapsed time. Challenger nearing range of the Merritt Island, Florida tracking station now. Here in a control center, the planning team has handed over to the entry flight control team. Entry flight director is Gary Cohen. Capcoms are Brian O'Connor and Guy Gardner.
Morning, Challenger. The gray team's with you over Mila for about 8 minutes.
Well, I'm clear. And how is the green team this morning?
Doing just great. Ready to bring you home.
Sounds good last time. That Gary been making you come in every day?
You bet.
Worry about weather, right? And APUs. We had a couple days to keep you guys busy. And if GNC is available, we have the IME line results.
Go ahead. We're ready, Grip.
Okay. And stars 20 0.51. Angle error was 0.02. Delta ang was 0.05. That's for IMU1. Correction, plus 0.05, plus 0.08, minus 0.08. For number 2, plus 0.01, minus 0.03, plus 0.01. For number 3, minus 0.07, minus 0.04, plus 1, correction, plus 0.10. Torque time was 5 days, 11 hours, 37 minutes, and 0 seconds. Over.
Challenger Houston, we copy. Thank you.
Is this you guys I was calling, Brian?
That's affirmative. I'm back with you.
Sorry about that. I just get hard of hearing. Oh, guys.
And, Guy, do you have anything else for us right now?
That's a negative for now.
Hey, I'd like to say a couple of words if I can and play you a tune this morning. And the words are for Olin Graham and his team over in E&D and the fine work they did in building the TV camera systems that we flew on the SPAs. And the SPAs team from MBB, who provided us such an outstanding camera platform. And in appreciation for those outstanding views of the orbiter that you folks now have on the ground, I'd like to send a little tune down to you.
We're ready. Go ahead.
And for your information, the name of that ditty is The Eye in the Sky.
Roger that. Our payloads guy had it pegged.
Those payloads guys are pretty sharp.
You bet.
And, Guy, how much time do we have left on this pass?
Still got about 3.5 minutes left.
Okay, well, this is Norm. We're passing out kudos. I would like to send my thanks to Dr. Tom Muller, who helped me, along with Bill Thornton, get ready for this flight. He sure did a super job, and also for house sitting for me while I'm up here. And additionally, I'd like to say that all those folks over at SAIL that I worked with and who obviously worked on verifying some of the software for this flight and who've done a good job throughout, rarely ever get mentioned, but they certainly deserve a big round of thanks. And finally, if those folks, any of them are awake out there at the Hilo Squadron there in Edwards, might pass along that I'll try to keep a promise I made once upon a time today.
Okay, thank you, Norm.
Guy, one more quickie. Last night we got an indication that we'd like to have the sun shields on the PAMs opened when we go into the tail pointing attitude. And we didn't get anything in the teleprinter this morning on that subject. Could you check that one for us?
Roger, stand by. We'll look at it.
Too much.
And John, the answer to your question, we decided to cancel the Sunshield opening DTO because if we had to wave off and go into Edwards, we'd have had it open too long.
Okay, we copy that, and we'll open them up in accordance with the deorbit prep. Thank you much.
Roger. Challenger Houston, we're 40 seconds to LOS. We'll see you at Dakar at 16 plus 5, 9.
Okay, we'll see you there, guys.
This is Shuttle Control. Bermuda has loss of signal. Challenger out over the Atlantic Ocean on orbit number 92. Heading for acquisition through Dakar with overlapping coverage at Madrid in about 3.5 minutes. During this Mila Bermuda pass, John Fabian expressed the crew's appreciation to the people here at the Johnson Space Center who worked on the SPA's television cameras, that system, and also to the SPA's project people for providing such a stable platform for the cameras to get good television pictures of Challenger in orbit. And as a thank you, he played a song entitled "The Eye in the Sky." Norm Thagard also expressed his appreciation to all the people who assisted him in preparing for the medical experiments he's been conducting on board Challenger. At 5 days, 16 hours, 56 minutes mission elapsed time, this is Shuttle Control, Houston.
Challenger Houston with you through Dakar and Madrid for 7 minutes.
Hi, guys.
You read Challenger, guy.
You're loud and clear.
You hear Sally's response?
That's affirmative. And by the way, Brian will be talking to you guys here later this morning. He's busy getting the weather all straight for you.
If he can do that, I appreciate it.
Challenger Houston, we're 30 seconds LOS. See you at Indian Ocean at 17 plus 18.
Okay, guy.
This is Shuttle Control. Challenger out of range at Madrid. The Indian Ocean Station will pick up the spacecraft in about 10.5 minutes. At 5 days, 17 hours, 7 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control, Houston. This is Shuttle Control at 5 days, 17 hours, 17 minutes mission elapsed time. Challenger approaching acquisition through the Indian Ocean Station.
Challenger Houston with you over Indian Ocean for 7 minutes. You can disregard the thermal evap message. It's a heater getting up to speed.
Okay, thank you, guy.
Challenger Houston, we're 1 minute to LOS. See you at Yargadee at 17 plus 34.
See you there.
This is Shuttle Control. Challenger out of range at the Indian Ocean Station. Next acquisition through Yargadee in 7 minutes, 45 seconds. At 5 days, 17 hours, 26 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control, Houston. This is Shuttle Control at 5 days, 17 hours, 34 minutes mission elapsed time. Yargadee about to acquire Challenger.
Challenger Houston with you through Yargadee for 8 minutes.
Loud and clear.
You too, Sally. Challenger Houston, we'll see you at Aurora Valley in a minute and a half.
See you there.
Challenger Houston with you, Aurora, for 4.5 minutes.
Okay, loud and clear.
Roger. Challenger Houston, we're about 30 seconds LOS. We'll see you at Mila at 1818.
Yeah.
is Shuttle Control. Challenger has moved out of range of the Auroral Station, crossing the Australian east coast, heading out over the Pacific Ocean. Next acquisition through Merritt Island in just under 30 minutes. At 5 days, 17 hours, 48 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control, Houston. This is Shuttle Control at 5 days, 18 hours, 18 minutes mission elapsed time. Merritt Island has acquisition of Challenger.
Challenger Houston with you through Milan, Bermuda for 12 minutes.
Okay, guy. Loud and clear. Sounds like a nice long pass.
Roger.
You guys got anything for us? Can report that the FES checkout came out. Looked good from our standpoint.
Roger, copy, look good.
Also, as Pop can see, we're sitting here in A10A auto normal and doing this little test that he wanted on the aft.
Roger, we see that. Thank you.
And Guy, the MLR is stirring happily and all the indications are good.
Roger, we copy. Thank you.
One more payload item for you. ASE thermal. Annex 05175950 and Palapa 05180010.
We copy, John. Thank you. Challenger Houston.
Go ahead.
Yes, Sally, we just sent you the entry summary message on the teleprinter, and that should be the last message, but we'd like you to leave it on for a while in case something else comes up.
Okay, and Dr. House down there taking it off.
Roger, thank you. Challenger, we'll see you at Dakar in 4 minutes.
Okay, see you there, guys.
This is Shuttle Control. Bermuda has loss of signal with Challenger. Dakar will pick up in about 2.5 minutes. We'll stand by.
Weather flight Houston on UHF. Okay. Weather flight Houston.
Challenger Houston with you at Dakar for 6 minutes.
Okay, loud and clear.
Roger, you too. Challenger Houston, about 40 seconds LOS. See you at Indian Ocean at 18 plus 5-3.
See you there, guys.
This is Shuttle Control. Dakar has loss of signal. The Indian Ocean Station is next for Challenger in 11 minutes, 15 seconds. This is Shuttle Control. 5 days, 18 hours, 52 minutes mission elapsed time. Standing by for acquisition at the Indian Ocean Station.
Challenger Houston with you through Indian Ocean for 8 minutes.
Loud and clear, guys.
Roger, you too. Challenger Houston, Be advised you're no-go for payload bay door closing. We got some clouds, low clouds forming there at the Cape. We're keeping our eye on it. We're hoping it's going to blow off here.
Okay, we understand. No go for door closing at this time.
That's affirmative. We'll see you at Yargadee at 19 plus 09.
19 plus 09.
This is Shuttle Control. Challenger out of range at the Indian Ocean Station. Next acquisition at Yargadee in 6.5 minutes. Challenger given a no-go for payload bay door closing at this time. Patchy fog and low clouds forming in the Kennedy Space Center area. And management wants to review that situation some more for the first landing opportunity. So we'll stand by for more decisions on the payload bay door closing. At 5 days, 19 hours, 3 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control, Houston. This is Shuttle Control, 5 days, 19 hours, 8 minutes mission elapsed time. Flight Director Gary Cohen has made a decision not to deorbit on the first opportunity at KSC. Challenger will not deorbit for the first opportunity at KSC. Challenger 30 seconds away from acquisition through Yargadee. And we'll stand by for that pass. The ignition time for deorbit for the second opportunity at KSC is 5 days, 23 hours, 56 minutes, which would make a landing at 6:29 a.m. Central Daylight Time. We'll stand by for the Yargadee pass.
Challenger Houston with you at Yargadee for 6.5 minutes, and I'll have some words for you here in a minute.
Okay, guys.
And Guy, the OSTA-2 deactivation and the mouse deactivation are complete.
We copy that, Sally, and I've got some words now on our plan.
Okay, go ahead.
Raj, we are going to wave off this first rev. We've got some low clouds that just started forming us up on us down there in fog, and it's for sure going to be a no-go for our first opportunity. We're hoping maybe the winds will continue to pick up and blow that stuff out of there, so we're right now looking for a 1 rev late landing.
Okay, copy. First opportunity possible would be 1 rev late, and do you like our current position sitting here on primary jets, or do you want us to back out of the fest and get back on verniers?
Stand by on that. I've got a rough tick time, though, for you of 5 days, 23 hours, and 56 seconds. I'm sorry, 23 hours, 56 minutes.
We'll say that once more, guy.
Roger, be 23 hours, 56 minutes.
23 hours, 56 minutes. I understand.
Challenger Houston, we'd like to stay where we are in the FEST config.
Okay, you got it. I'm going to hold up on the ab bay fan, and also we're going to leave the circ pumps in the GPC here.
Roger, copy. Challenger, we'll see you at Auroral in a minute and a half.
See you there.
This is Shuttle Control. A short break between Yargadee and Auroral. Have a correction on the landing time. The 6:29 a.m. Central Daylight Time is the ignition time for deorbit. The mission elapsed time would be 5 days, 23 hours, 56 minutes. Central Daylight Time would be 6:29 a.m. Landing time would be 7:30 a.m. Central Daylight Time.
Okay, loud and clear.
You too, and on your CRT timer for the TIG, that number I gave you was a good one. It'd be item 17 plus 23 plus 56 plus 00.
2356, thank you.
Challenger Houston, 40 seconds LOS. We'll see you at Mila at 19 plus 55.
Bye-bye.
This is Shuttle Control. Auroral has loss of signal. Next acquisition in 31 minutes, 31 and a half minutes. To recap, a decision has been made to wave off on the first KSC landing opportunity. Still hopeful to be able to land at KSC on the second opportunity. That would be a deorbit on orbit number 96 and landing on orbit number 97. The orbit time of 5 days, 23 hours, 56 minutes, or 6:29 a.m. Central Daylight Time. And the landing time of 6 days, 57 minutes, or 7:30 a.m. Central Daylight Time. The OSTA 2 and mouse deactivation is complete aboard Challenger. At 5 days, 19 hours, 23 minutes, this is Shuttle Control, Houston.
KSC Convoy Commander, Houston, how do you read?
All right, Houston, this is Convoy Commander. Read you loud and clear. How me?
Your cloud loud and clear also, sir.
Roger, thank you.
Voice check out.
This is Shuttle Control, 5 days, 19 hours, 50 minutes mission elapsed time. Standing by for acquisition through the Ponce de Leon station in Florida.
Challenger Houston with you over the States for 12 minutes.
Loud and clear.
Loud and clear also. I'd like you to check DAP B1, item 28.
We're checking. Item 28 says 0, which is what it's supposed to be. What do you show?
Okay, thank you. We showed 1.
Is there a lot of activity in the motor this morning?
Yes, sir.
It's pretty quiet up here. We were looking for a 6 for bridge. It shows you how much we know about bridge. And,
Challenger Houston, I'm sorry I missed that.
It's just as well.
We need to ask our daily question, how are the Astros doing?
I don't have last night's scores. You forgot to ask yesterday, and they won the day before 4-3.
Did we forgot yesterday?
Challenger Houston.
Yes.
Roger. Roger. We'd like for you to go ahead and close the payload bay doors now. We'll give you the go, no-go for the second opportunity in the KSC about the ascension, which is a little over in orbit from now.
All right. Okay, we'll press on into the deorbit prep.
Roger. And we're still evaluating the weather at KSC for the second opportunity there, but closing the doors now makes it good for us either at that in the KSC then or at Edwards 1 Rev after that.
Okay, and we understand.
Challenger Houston, I've got an AVBay fan switch for you.
Okay, go ahead.
Roger, we'd like to equalize the electrical loads, so we'd like you to take AVBay 2, fan alpha to off, and Bravo to on. And we'll leave it that way throughout entry.
Welcome.
And Challenger, 30 seconds to LOS. We'll see you at Dakar at 2 plus 09.
2 plus 09. See you there.
This is Shuttle Control. Bermuda has loss of signal. Next station, Dakar in 2.5 minutes. The crew aboard Challenger in the process of closing the payload bay doors. They've been informed that they'll get a go, no-go for the second KSC opportunity at Ascension on the next orbit, orbit number 95.
Roger, got you the same this time, John, loud and clear. Can you give us a couple minutes of weather?
Challenger now on orbit number 94. At 5 days, 20 hours, 7 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control, Houston.
As far as we can see, like up past Daytona, and it's along the coast. Off the coast, there is no apparent activity. There's another line that bottoms about 1,200 going to, in places, patchy cumulus type stuff going up to 2,000. And that is also north of the field about a mile. That is a broken deck, and it's intermittent. It's one of those things where it's going to be over the field and then off the field. The south end of the field right now is wide open. The north end of the field is closed. You can't see the aim point because of the ground fog. The closest fog to the field is a line that's due north of here, and it's about a mile off the north end of the field right now. The rest of the clouds is high, scattered clouds out just top 25,000. And they're scattered. And the fog pipe extends over almost to Orlando to the west and due north as far as you can see. There's also some low clouds down by Pepper. But there's appears to be a south end of the approach to 3-3 is open right now.
Roger, we'll have to take this UHF line down. Thanks for the update. We've been copying most of your other UHF talk, and we're talking to weathermen.
Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen, man. I think it's terribly hard to predict what this stuff will do when the sun comes up.
Roger that.
Control, 5 days, 20 hours, 9 minutes mission elapsed time. Dakar has acquisition of signal.
You at Dakar for 8 minutes.
Okay, and John has just opened the sun shields, and we're getting ready to go in and close the doors.
We copy, thank you.
This is Shuttle Control. Those weather observations were from John Young, who is flying a T-38 in the KSC vicinity. His observations will be integrated with other weather information by the weather forecasters who will make a recommendation. This is Shuttle Control. The port payload bay door is closed now.
Challenger Houston, 40 seconds to LOS. See you at Indian Ocean at 20 plus 30.
That's easy for you to say. You to say.
This is Shuttle Control at 5 days, 20 hours, 29 minutes mission elapsed time. Standing by for acquisition through the Indian Ocean Station.
Challenger Houston with you through Indian Ocean for 3 minutes.
Okay, loud and clear, guy, and we have the payload bay doors all buckled up. You can tell John Blaylock we think we got the VTRA wanted of those roller number 4s.
We copy, Grip. Thank you very much.
You guys sending us another teleprinter message, guy?
Roger, sir. Just a weather message coming up.
Okie doke.
Glad I fought off the urge to deactivate the teleprinter.
Roger. And we'd like a GNC Spec 1 for some entry variable parameters, please.
Got it on CRT too.
Thank you. Challenger Houston, the CRT is yours.
Thank you, sir. Guy, I'm assuming the IMU maneuver attitudes I have are still good.
Stand by. And Challenger Houston, we recommend star pair Charlie 2 for the align. We've got the moon coming in there on the other one.
Okay, Charlie 2 for the align. What about the verification?
The verification is fine.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll see you at Yargadee at 20 plus 44.
Just see you there. And Guy, is the time that you've got in here for the maneuver and the stars still pretty good?
Stand by. That's affirmative. They're still good.
This is Shuttle Control. iOS has loss of signal. Yargadee is next in 5 minutes, 45 seconds. At 5 days, 20 hours, 39 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control, Houston. This is Shuttle Control. Challenger approaching acquisition through Yargadee.
For 8 minutes.
Okay, loud and clear.
You too, sir.
Got a beautiful moonrise showing up here. Looks like we're just about full. You guys don't know what in the Moker.
Well, there are a lot of lights on in here anyway.
It's just to keep you awake. Guy, I was just thinking you didn't get much sleep since you turned around in one shift, did you?
Yeah, you guys keep me excited enough. I can hack it.
Yeah, I know.
Challenger, Houston, 30 seconds LOS. See you at Hawaii at 21 plus 12.
21 plus 12. See you there.
This is Shuttle Control. Challenger out of range at Yargity. Next station is Hawaii in 19 minutes. The weather evaluation is continuing at the Kennedy Space Center. We expect another weather flight before too long. At 5 days, 20 hours, 53 minutes mission elapsed time, this is Shuttle Control, Houston. This is Shuttle Control at 5 days, 21 hours, 11 minutes mission elapsed time. The Challenger is approaching acquisition through Hawaii. Challenger started orbit 95 just a few minutes ago. This is Shuttle Control at 5 days, 21 hours, 11 minutes mission elapsed time. The Challenger is approaching acquisition through Hawaii. Challenger started orbit 95 just a few minutes ago.
Challenger, Houston with you over Hawaii for 3.5.
Okay, loud and clear, and I can give you the IMU alarm results, and we're just getting ready to go do the verification.
Okay, we're ready.
Okay, it was stars 20 and 51. Angular was a 0.01. For IMU1, it was minus 0.03, plus 0.01, minus 0.03. For number 2, it was minus 0.02. All balls, plus 0.04. For number 3, plus 0.01, minus 0.03, plus 0.02. Execute time in MET was 21 hours, 13 minutes, and 15 seconds. Over.
Roger, we copy.
After that.
Challenger, we'll see you over to States at 2121.
2121, thank you.
This is Shuttle Control. Challenger out of range at Hawaii. Moving toward acquisition through the Buckhorn station in 3.5 minutes. 5 days, 21 hours, 17 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control, Houston.
Challenger, Houston, did you torque all 3 IMUs? Roger, thank you.
This is Shuttle Control, 5 days, 21 hours, 20 minutes mission elapsed time. Challenger coming up on acquisition at Buckhorn.
Challenger, Houston with you through Buckhorn for 19 minutes, and I missed your last comment, Rick.
I presume you asked me, if we could go golfing at is Thank you. And I can give you the verification results if you like it.
And Challenger, we got those, so we don't need them. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Houston Challenger, unless you got a reason for me to hold up, I'm going to go ahead and secure my star tracker and close the doors.
Stand by.
Houston Challenger, you guys still there?
We're still here, and you're go to secure the star trackers.
Okay, thank you.
And Challenger Houston, I've got your pads here for you. We're about to hand over PDL, and when you're ready and after the handover, I can give them to you.
Okay, which one will you be giving to us first?
The burn pad, page 1-2.
Okay, stand by one. You're ready when you get your hand over, please.
Okay, handover's complete. Here we go. Will be ohms both. TV roll 180 plus 0.3 minus 5.7 plus 5.7 212092 TIG 5 days 23:56:00 decimal 0. Peg 4 targets 14836 minus 0.5961 065.832 125.785. Propellant is all balls. Burn attitude 163 101 337. REI 4052 27:26. Delta V total 0311.6 02:49. Vigo X plus 0300.31. All balls plus 083.42. Target HA 159 by plus 003. Ready for readback.
Okay, coming back at you. It's both ohms engines. TV roll is 180. Trims are plus 0.3, minus 5.7, plus 5.7. Weight 212092. TIG is 5 days, 23 hours, 56 minutes, and 0 seconds. C1 14836 plus 0.5961, 65.832, 125.785. All balls. Attitude 163 by 107 by 337. REI is 4052 2726. Delta V total is 311.6. TGO is 0249er. Vigos and X are plus 300.31. All balls and plus 83.42. That'll be a orbit of 159er by plus 003, over.
Challenger, I have 2 corrections. Over on target peg 4, C2 is minus 0.5961. And on your burn attitude, the pitch is 101.
Okay, yeah, C2 needs to be minus. So it's minus 5961. And I just can't read my own writing. Pitch on the burn at is 101.
Roger, read back correct, and I've got your Del pad on page 2-3.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, burn attitude 163 101 337. Targets 159 plus 003. Delta V tote 311.6. 5:49, all balls, 5:00, 127, 125, safe HP, 85, 29er, 29er, 79er, 36, oxygen NA, XCG 1089.0 minus 0.6. Entry landing numbers, inertial attitude 175, 329er, 029er. Pre-bank left 000. Hawaii AOS at EI minus 03. Hawaii LOS EI plus 01. Altimeter 30.30, correction, altimeter is 30.00. D4 00:30:56. First reversal 0909er2. Be a left overhead 288 degrees. KSC 15. Winds 290/30, 270/45, 270/35, 300/20, 320/15, surface 340/05. APU start sequence 1, then 2. Ready for readback.
101, 337, HA 159 by plus 003, 311.6, 2:49er, all balls, 5:00, 127, 125, 85, 29er, 29er, 79er, 36, NA, or correction, dumped all balls, 1089er.0 minus 0.6, 175, 329er, 029er. Pre-bank is left 000. AOS Hawaii is minus 03. LOS is plus 01. Altimeter is 3000. D4 is 00:30:56. First reversals at 9092. Your left overhead to KSC 15. Winds are 290 at 30, 270 at 45, 270 at 35, 300 at 20, 320 at 15, 340 at 05. Start sequence will be 1, then 2.
Roger, readback correct. However, we do not want you to do a forward RCS dump. That's not necessary.
Okay, misunderstood that. Okay, no forward RCS dump.
Roger, and just confirm your first burn attitude, the roll of 160. We didn't catch it. I'm sorry, 163.
Okay, 163 is where I copied.
Roger, readback correct. Thank you.
Okay, we're en route to Burnett.
Roger. Challenger Houston, we're 40 seconds LOS. See you at the car in 4.5 minutes.
Okay, see you there.
This is shuttle control. Bermuda's had loss of signal. Next acquisition through Dakar in just over 2.5 minutes. Deorbit burn pad passed up to Challenger during this stateside pass. The burn of both OHM's engines. A change in velocity of 311.6 feet per second. A retrograde burn. Duration of the burn, 2 minutes, 49 seconds. Ignition time of 5 days, 23 hours, 56 minutes. That ignition would come during acquisition at Yargity on orbit number 96, with landing at KSC on orbit 97. The ground track for this opportunity at KSC is considerably south of the predicted ground track for the first opportunity. Coming across Mexico, briefly going into southern Texas, exiting Texas just above Brownsville, out into the Gulf, and then entering Florida, somewhat south of the ground track for the first opportunity. We're about 45 seconds away from Dakar. We'll stand by. Shuttle control at 5 days, 21 hours, 44 minutes mission elapsed time.
Challenger Houston with you through Dakar and Ascension for 11 minutes.
Okay, loud and clear. And we're holding on your go for op straight.
Roger. Challenger Houston, we're showing a DDU bite on the right DDU. We'd just like for you to look at it and confirm it looks good compared to the left one.
Okay, all we've got to go by at this time, Guy, is the ADI, and they both look good.
Roger, I meant to look at the ADI.
Roger. Be fine. Those bites come around all the time.
Challenger Houston, your go for Ops 3.
Roger, thank you.
This is Shuttle Control. Ops 3 is the onboard entry computer program. Challenger has a go to transition to that program in the onboard computer now.
Challenger Houston, we're finished with the teleprinter. You can shut it down whenever you're ready.
Okay, we'll put that in work.
And Challenger Houston, we show you down mode to manual DAP with a hot stick on the right.
Thank you. Thank you on that, Guy. My knee floated up and hit flight controller power on the starboard side.
Roger, understand, Ray.
Okay, we're going format 129 now on you guys.
Copy. Challenge.
Okay, we got an ops transition in progress. Houston, Challenger, recalling, Guy.
Disregard. Challenger, we're 30 seconds to LOS. See you at Botswana at 22 plus 03. Configure LOS.
Okay, see you there.
This is Shuttle Control. Ascension has loss of signal. Next acquisition through Botswana in 7 minutes. At 5 days, 21 hours, 56 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control, Houston. This This is Shuttle Control at 5 days, 22 hours, 3 minutes mission elapsed time. Standing by for acquisition at Botswana.
Challenger Houston with you through Botswana for 4 minutes.
Okay, loud and clear. We just completed the DPS entry config.
Copy. Challenger Houston, 1 minute to LOS. We'll see you at Yargadi at 22 plus 20.
Okay, see you at Yargadi.
This is Shuttle Control. Challenger out of range at Botswana. Heading out over the Indian Ocean for next acquisition at Yargadi, Australia in just over 12 minutes. At 5 days, 22 hours, 8 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control, Houston. This is Shuttle Control at 5 days, 22 hours, 19 minutes mission elapsed time. Standing by for acquisition through Yargadi.
Challenger Houston with you through Yargadi for 7.5.
Okay, and we're just now going through our entry switch list up.
Copy.
And Houston Challenger, we're getting ready to take you to state and high mode from the panel standpoint. That's only what we're setting up for 181.
Right.
What's that? Have you got access to the mid-deck, to the MO10W yet? Okay, I need you to go in there and throw some switches for me and I'll call them to you. And you can verify it after you do that. Sorry about that, guy. I was coming down. Didn't realize it. You still there?
Roger that. Got you for 2 more minutes.
Thank you. Bad guy.
Go ahead.
Just want to verify we're coming in all the way across on the...
Say again, please. Challenger, we're 1 minute to LOS. See you at Hawaii at 22 plus 46.
Okay, guys, see you there.
Roger.
This is Shuttle Control. Yargadi has loss of signal. Next station is Hawaii in 17.5 minutes. At the Kennedy Space Center, John Young has taken off in the shuttle training aircraft for another weather observation flight. We'll be passing that information to the weather people for an evaluation. At 5 days, 22 hours, 29 minutes mission elapsed time, this is Shuttle Control, Houston. This is Shuttle Control, 5 days, 22 hours, 45 minutes mission elapsed time. Hawaii has locked on to Challenger. Challenger in orbit 96 now.
Challenger Houston with you at Hawaii for 8 minutes. Configure AOS.
Loud and clear. How do you read that?
Loud and clear.
Okay, Houston, we think we're in pretty good position as far as switches are concerned, so you guys should be taking a look at us. Switches, anything you see out of configuration. One thing I did want to ask on you about back on panel 812, on the tank fuel line water system for 3, I believe both the Alpha and Bravo heaters should remain on. Do you concur with that?
Stand by just a second, Crip. Challenger Houston, you're correct. We do want both those heaters on. It looks good.
Okay, thank you.
Challenger Houston, I have a switch on A14 for you.
Okay, say it one.
The RCS ohms heaters, the ohms crossfeed A to auto.
Okay, I'll let you guys want to leave that one off. Okay, it's an auto now.
Roger, thank you. And Challenger Houston, I have an update to the deorbit burn flight rules.
Wait one, please, guy.
Sure thing.
Okay, I'm looking at it. Go ahead.
Roger, first of all, the one orbit late available, the 1 day will be the no column. So the third column, you can scratch through that. This is for our KSC approach here. If we do wave off one orbit, it'll be into Edwards, I'm sure you realize. The only other change on the card is under APU hydraulics. Change the 2 to a 1. If one APU fails to start, it will be a one orbit wave off.
Okay, understand about the APUs. Let's go through which columns and how you want to play those again for me. I know a one orbit wave off means Eddie. Do you want to maintain that column or delete it?
Roger, delete the third column only, the no column.
Okay, understand. Well, that was simple enough.
Roger that. Challenger Houston, got circuit breakers there on L4 to talk about.
Oh yeah, I've got those pulled. I'll do that.
Roger, thank you, Crip.
Okay, and have you come take a quick look at that?
Okay. And Challenger Houston, that looks good.
Thank you, sir.
And Challenger Houston on L4, I got one of the circuit breakers I'd like you to push back in.
Okay, which one?
Okay, row Mike, the Freon Loop 2, pump alpha, phase alpha.
Okay, just a second, I must have got the wrong one here. Yeah, I got, never mind, I see what I did. I got two breakers that I shouldn't get. Here's what you want. That should look better.
Roger, thank you, that looks good. We're going to lose you at Hawaii. We'll see you over the States in 1.5 minutes.
Okay, see you there.
Weather flight, Houston.
This is shuttle control. Hawaii has loss of signal. Buckhorn will acquire in just under a minute.
Weather flight,
The monitors in the news center now carrying television from the Kennedy Space Center.
Challenger Houston with you through the States for 20 minutes.
Okay, loud and clear.
Challenger Houston, we'd like a GNC Spec 0 if you would.
Okay, you got it on CR21.
Thanks, sir. Challenger Houston.
Roger, go.
Roger, the weather at KSC is getting worse instead of getting better, so it looks like we're a no-go for KSC. So you guys can sit back and relax a little bit. We will be going into Edwards on the following orbit. We'll get all that data up to you here in a bit. KSC had a red carpet out there for you, and we'd just like to thank them over the air for their support.
Yep, well, we would like to go in there very much, but if the weather's bad, that's not the right thing to do. And We understand.
Roger.
This is Shuttle Control. Challenger has been waved off on its second and last attempt to land at KSC today. Landing now planned for Edwards.
The PAO is transmitting on air to ground. Todd McLeish sounds awful good today. Lake Houston, this is Challenger. If you're trying to translate, you are not going through.
Challenger Houston, that's not us. Must be some UHF over the States.
Okay, thanks.
This is Shuttle Control. The deorbit ignition time for Edwards is mission elapsed time of 6 days, 1 minute, 1 hour, and 23 minutes.
Challenger Houston, back with you after handover. The CRT is yours.
Okay, Guy, and we were copying Mr. McLeish again just a little while ago.
Okay, thank you.
And you were really waving off when John said we were waving off. Guy, you still there?
That's affirmative. Another 7 minutes.
Okay, how are we going to handle the runway switches here? Are you guys going to uplink me a new runway? You want me to go back to Ops 2 and get them or what?
Stand by. Challenger Houston, we'll be uplinking the runways. For information, there will be primary Edwards 23, Northrop 17, secondary, and then Edwards 15 for the alternate.
Okay, we understand.
Concrete, you know.
Challenger Houston, we're 1 minute to LOS. When we get to Ascension, we'd like to talk to you about the changes to the wave-off rules and to the APU entry planning.
Okay, we can't suspect what those might be, but we'll be standing by.
Roger, and we'll see you at Ascension at 23 plus 24. Configure LOS.
Roger that. Just gives us a chance to eat some peanuts.
This is Shuttle Control. Bermuda has loss of signal on orbit 96. Next acquisition through Ascension in 8 minutes. Challenger will head for a landing today at Edwards Air Force Base in California. Ignition time for deorbit burn, 6 days, 1 hour, 23 minutes, or 7:56 a.m. Central Daylight Time. Estimate the time for landing at 6 days, 2 hours, 23 minutes, or 8:56 a.m. Central Daylight Time. This is Shuttle Control at 5 days, 23 hours, 24 minutes mission elapsed time. Standing by for acquisition through Ascension Island.
Challenger Houston with you through Ascension. Configure AOS.
Okay, guy. That is done. You want to talk to us?
Okay, deorbit burn flight rules. We'll go back the original card on the APU hydraulics. That continues to be as it was originally. It'll be the first 2 APUs failed to start. And then on the columns, we will be deleting or canceling out the 2 yes columns, the 1 orbit late available, and you'd be working out of the no column.
Okay. Understand.
And we're still sorting out here the APU procedures we'll use. Basically, we be the normal start procedures pre-burn. You will just start 1 APU, be the normal procedures. The other we sent up applies only to KSC.
Okay, I understand. We'll start 1 and you will tell us which one it is. And then when we get down to EMS, whatever it is, 13 or so, we'll go ahead and start both of the others. And at that time, can we go ahead and pressurize both, or did you still want to hold 3 in advance? I mean, pressurize all 3.
Raj, at that point, we'd like for you to just bring 1 and 2 up, leave hydraulic pump number 3 depressed, and then bring it up at Mach 2.7.
Okay, we understand. Basically, we'll use everything that you gave us previously, except what we do pre-ohms ignition, and in that case, we'll only start 1 APU. And if it doesn't come up, we'll start another one. And do you happen to know which one you want to go with initially? 1?
Stand by. And Crip, that'll be 1, then 2.
1, then 2. All right, do that. And Guy, I'm assuming you folks are working on a delta to the burn Q-card correction, the belt band.
Roger, that's affirmative. Challenger Houston, we've finished upleading your landing slots, if you'd like to confirm them.
Okay. Looking good.
Roger. Challenger Houston, 30 seconds to LOS. Configure LOS. See you at Botswana in 3 minutes.
Okay.
This is Shuttle Control. Challenger has moved out of range at ascension. Botswana in 2 minutes. The orbit burn will come on orbit 97. Challenger currently on orbit 96. With the landing at Edwards runway number 15 on orbit 98. We'll stand by for Botswana AOS.
Challenger Houston with you through Botswana for 8 minutes.
Loud and clear.
Roger, you too. Challenger Houston, I've got a TIG time for you if you'd like it.
Still that one. Okay, go ahead.
Roger, it'd be 6 days, 01 plus 23.
Okay, 6 days, 1 hour and 23 minutes.
Roger. Challenger Houston, we're 30 seconds LOS. We'll see you at Yarragadee at 23 plus 57.
Okay, see you there.
Roger.
You've been taking lessons?
This is Shuttle Control. Challenger has moved out of range at Botswana. Moving over the Indian Ocean toward acquisition at Yarragadee. Next contact there in 12 minutes, 20 seconds. At 5 days, 23 hours, 44 minutes mission elapsed time, this is Shuttle Control, Houston. This is Shuttle Control, 5 days, 23 hours, 57 minutes mission elapsed time. Yargity has acquisition.
Challenger Houston with you at Yargity for 5 minutes.
Okay, live clear, guys.
And this time you got the Irishman on.
Oh, you finally came to work, huh? You didn't do too good a job of working on the weather this morning, Brian, but we'll take what you got.
Well, you had a bunch of folks working real hard out there at the Cape to make it good, and it just didn't quite make it.
Don't think we got anybody around with that much power. But we're ready to come down whenever and wherever.
Roger that, we are too.
Brian, when can I expect some pads?
Roger, I was just going to update you on that. We're doing the final proofs, the double checks on it, and if we can't get them started by the end of this pass, we're hoping to get them up to you on Guam.
Why don't we just not rush and get them at Guam?
Roger that.
Brian, what is the current weather out at Eddy?
Weather out at Eddy is clear and good visibility and fairly decent winds. We've got a little bump down at low altitude we're going to take a look at here, and we hope to have some update for you if there's any requirements on final. But the highest wind we see at altitude is about 25 knots at 30K.
Sound like calm winds. What about the surface?
We're looking at 230 at 8, and we're planning on Edwards 1.5 for you. Maybe we'll get a little bit of crosswind DTO out of this one.
Sound like a winner.
Challenger Houston, 15 seconds to LOS, and we'll see you in about 7 minutes at Guam.
Okay, see you there.
This is Shuttle Control. Loss of signal through Yargity. Next acquisition at Guam. And Challenger will begin orbit 97 shortly after AOS at Guam. At 6 days, 3 minutes mission elapsed time, this is Shuttle Control, Houston. This is Shuttle Control, 6 days, 8 minutes mission elapsed time. Guam has acquired Challenger.
Challenger Houston with you at Guam for about 5 minutes, and we're going to have a keyhole after about a minute and a half, but I should have UHF through that keyhole.
Okay, and we're ready to copy any pads again.
Roger, the burn pad follows, page 1-2. Ohms both. TV roll 180. Trim load plus 0.3, minus 5.7, plus 5.7. Weight 21209er2. TIG 006/01:23:00.0. Targets 14832. Minus 0.5964. 065.832. 123.712. All balls. Burn attitude 158.086.341. Range to entry interface 403827:09er. Delta V total 0310.2 02:48. Vigo X plus 029er8.89er. All balls plus 083.03. Targets 159 plus 002. Read back.
Okay, coming back at you, Brian. Both engines, roll 180. Trims plus 0.3, minus 5.7, plus 5.7. Weight 212. Correction 212092. Pig is 6 days, 1 hour, 23 minutes, and 0 seconds. 2114.832, minus 0.5964. 65.832. 123.712. All balls. Attitude is 158.086.341. REI is 4038. 27:09er. 310.2. 02:48. Plus 298.89er. All balls plus 83.03. 159 by plus 002. Over.
Roger, good read back. Del pad follows, page 2-3.
Go. Go ahead, man.
And before we start, we'd like you to configure AOS.
Sorry about that, you got it?
And I wanted to also confirm that you had 2-3 minutes on the TIG.
That's for me, 2-3.
Roger. Del pad. Burn attitude 158.086.341. Targets 159 plus 002. 310.2. 2:48. Propellant all balls. TIG slip 5:00. 135. 133. 85. 28. 38. 79er. 36. Forward RCS dump not applicable. 1089er decimal 0 minus 0.6. Entry landing, roll 183.312.029er. Pre-bank left, all balls. Guam AOS, EI minus 09er, LOS EI minus 03. Altimeter 29er decimal 96. 01:57:36. VREL first reversal 07006. It'll be a left overhead for 250 degrees, runway Edwards 15. Winds 230 at 15, 240 at 20, 230 at 25, 220 at 20, 220 at 10, surface 230 at 08, APU start sequence 1, then 2. You've got 2 knots of headwind, 8 knots of right crosswind.
Okay, coming back at you. 158.086.341. 159er plus 002. 310.2. 2:48. All balls. 5:00. 135. 133. 85. 28. 38. 79er. 36. NA. 1089.0. Minus 0.6. 183.312.029er. Left all balls. Guam minus 09 minus 03. 2996. 015736 07006. Left overhead 250 degrees 815. Winds 23015 24020 23025 22020 220 230 23008. Start sequence 1 2. Over.
Roger, good read back. We'll see you at Hawaii at 157.
Bye-bye.
This is Shuttle Control. Loss of signal through Guam. Hawaii is next. 5.5 minutes. Capcom Brian O'Connor passed up the burn pad during this pass. Both Ohms engines will be used. A retrograde maneuver to deorbit with a change in velocity of 310.2 feet per second and a burn duration 2 minutes 48 seconds. That maneuver will come over the Indian Ocean on this orbit, number 97, shortly after loss of signal through Botswana. We will not be in communications with Challenger at the time of the deorbit maneuver. The station through which we will communicate prior to blackout will be Guam. At 6 days, 17 minutes mission elapsed time, this is Shuttle Control, Houston. This is Shuttle Control. 6 days, 21 minutes mission elapsed time. Challenger is in contact at Hawaii.
Challenger Houston with you at Hawaii for 8 minutes.
Okay, loud and clear, Tony.
Roger, loud and clear, configure AOS, and we're standing by.
Okay, we just loaded the target. Hey, and if DPS saw it, couldn't recognize the switches. I reached up in the light switch a while ago, and I accidentally put the MTU over to oscillator 2, and I put it back to auto. So if he's looking at oscillator 2 now, that's the reason.
Roger.
Okay, and I'm maneuvering to burn attitude.
Roger. Challenger Houston, we see a slight difference in the targets between BFS and pass. We'd like you to reload both. Apparently we were doing an uplink at one point when you were typing, and that we're thinking that may have caused that delta.
Okay, load it.
And Challenger, when you got a minute, I've got a couple of items for you about entry today.
Okay, you want to talk and then load, or load and then talk? Slots next to me?
Roger, you can go ahead and load first, and then I'll come to you with the notes when you're ready.
Okay. Okay, we don't see an apparent discrepancy here on board, but we'll go ahead and reload everything.
Roger that.
Okay, does that look a little better to you guys?
Roger, it looks real good, Crip. And we wanted to pass a couple of words to you about entry if you're ready.
We're standing by.
Okay, on this rev, you've got a pretty good cross range, 738 miles. So we'd like you to inhibit PTIs, or make sure the PTIs are inhibited until you come out of blackout. And at that time, we'll take a look at your energy and give you a go to take PTIs in. And if we don't like your energy, then you just keep them inhibited.
Okay, we understand. We'll inhibit PTIs and we'll wait on your call.
Roger. And Challenger Houston, 20 seconds to LOS, and we'll see you in about a minute and a half over the States.
Okay, see you then.
Challenger Houston with you over the States, standing by for 14 minutes, configure AOS.
Okay, we're configured and we're ready to give you a gimbal check.
Roger, stand by. Challenger Houston, we're ready for gimbal check.
Okay, secretaries are in motion at this time.
Challenger, Houston, we'd like you to configure AOS, please.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay, Polaris coming at you.
Roger.
Okay, gimbal check, look good on.
Roger, and we're looking at the plots right now.
Okay, and Rick is just run through his APU pre-start, and we're looking at 3 grays. If RMU's take a look at it.
Roger, good pre-start. And Challenger, Houston, the gimbal check looked good. Challenger, Houston, we're back with you. We had a little keyhole there.
Okie doke, we didn't miss you.
Sure, we missed you, Brian.
Yeah, I was really depressed when he told me that.
Just joshing.
Being a Capcom is a lonely job.
All those people leaning over you trying to tell you what to do.
Don't listen to him, Brian.
Well, I think some of the folks on board have gone through that, haven't they?
Several.
If you got a minute, I've got a couple more notes for you.
We're listening.
Okay, we got Dick Truly flying the STA out at Edwards, and we hope to get a status on the PAPIs, attack hands, ball bars for you a little bit. Before entry this morning, Edwards said that all those things were up, so we don't expect any problems. We're looking at the nominal aim point for you. 195 knot touchdown point will be 2,550 feet down the runway. And a note on the DDU bite that we saw a little while back. That particular bite could be nothing, or it could take any one of or any combination of the PLT's dedicated instruments. So when those things come up, you might want to compare every one of those, make sure you know your status on those instruments on the right side.
Okay, thank you. Good point, we'll do that. If you talk to Richard, tell him I expect the standard greeting at Edwards.
Roger that. We just got word that they've got pretty good visibility because they watched you from Edwards as you went overhead on this last pass.
Okie doke. Well, about where we're passing over now.
Roger, it looks like Guatemala.
Okie doke.
And Challenger, Houston, I've got a pen and ink for you for your entry checklist when you got a minute, and we'll be talking to you at this pass for another minute and a half.
Say page.
Page 3-30, hydraulic fluid thermal conditioning at EI-11 is not required.
Oh, you would have had to told me if it was required. Thank you.
Roger that. Challenger, Houston, 20 seconds to LOS. Configure LOS. We'll see you at Ascension at 1+00.
1+00. See you there.
This is Shuttle Control. Challenger out of range at Merritt Island. Next station, Ascension Island, in 13.5 minutes. The Challenger's crew has successfully performed a APU pre-start operation, and the check of the Ohms engine gimbaling was also successful. Bob Crippen has been advised to inhibit the program test inputs until after blackout, at which time a decision will be made whether to activate the remaining PTIs. Those are the small maneuvers performed to gain more information on orbiter aerodynamics at various velocities. Challenger will be flying a rather big cross-range 738 nautical miles. So there we'll inhibit those PTIs.
30 at Niner, 1,000 feet, 070 at 6, 1,500.
At 6 days, 48 minutes, mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control, Houston.
0 at 4 knots, 7,000, 195, 10, 10,000, 210 at 12, 15,000, 320 at 10, 20,000, 320 at 18, 25,000, 330 at 40, 30,000, 340 at 45, at 38,000, 325 at 28. The only comments are that, first of all of those altitudes are AGL, and at the lower altitudes below 2,000 feet, the winds obviously are light, but shifting around in direction. There was some very light chop at about 1,000 feet into STA. I don't think the orbiter would see it. We're about to make a high approach to runway 15, and after we do, we'll recheck the winds below 2,000.
Roger, thank you very much, Nick.
Okay.
And Edwards Convoy Commander, Houston, radio check. Edwards Convoy Commander, how do you read Houston?
Houston, this is Edwards Convoy Commander on UHF air to ground. I copy you 5 by, hi me.
Roger, you're loud and clear also.
Roger, going back to Convoy Net, monitoring UHF.
Roger, thank you.
This is Shuttle Control. We're getting television from Dryden Flight Research Facility now. Shows the convoy moving out to their positions. And astronaut Dick Truly, who is the commander of STS-7, is airborne at Edwards in a shuttle training aircraft. Was providing some information to Capcom O'Connor.
Ground, massive.
This is Shuttle Control. Challenger is 30 minutes away from the deorbit maneuver, an hour away from entry interface, and an hour and a half away from touchdown. This is Shuttle Control. 6 days, 1 hour. Mission elapsed time. Challenger is about 30 seconds away from acquisition through ascension.
Challenger, Houston with you at ascension for 6 minutes.
Okay, loud and clear, and you guys can check the vent doors closed.
Roger that, and configure AOS.
Doors so configured.
Challenger, Houston, we see the vent doors closed. Looks good.
Okay, good.
Challenger, Houston, your vector's on board. We need item 22, please.
You got it.
Challenger, Houston, your go for the deorbit burn.
Roger that. Go for the burn.
Challenger, Houston, 30 seconds to LOS. We'll see you at Botswana at 1+12, Configure LOS.
Okay, see you there.
This is Shuttle Control. Challenger out of range at Ascension. Botswana next in 4 minutes. "15 minutes away from ignition now. At 6 days, 1 hour, 8 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control, Houston. This is Shuttle Control, 6 days, 1 hour, 11 minutes mission elapsed time. Challenger coming up on Botswana in about 10 seconds.
Challenger Houston, standing by at Botswana for 8 minutes. Configure AOS.
I didn't know we were configuring at Botswana, but we're here.
Roger that.
Okay, we're all set. Next thing on is our APU start. How long you got us for here at Botswana?
We've got 6 minutes, 45 seconds left.
Okay. Do you guys have Irrigate after the burn?
That's a negative. We're going to have a Guam after the burn.
Down Guam.
And Houston, Challenger, Brian, when we get down and get back to Houston, there are a couple items in the flight data file light reading I'd like to talk to you about.
Roger that.
Yeah, I thought I noticed Brian's.
That wouldn't have anything to do with any of that.
I know nothing.
I thought the ones about everybody else were funny.
APU on his started.
Roger. Challenger Houston, 20 seconds to LOS. Configure LOS. We'll see you at Guam at 1 plus 43 and have a good burn.
Okay, Brian. See you there.
This is Shuttle Control. Botswana has loss of signal. We're 3 minutes, 38 seconds away from the orbit ignition. And Rick Hauk reported APU number 1 was started prior to LOS at Botswana. Guam's the next station in 24 minutes, 20 seconds. We'll get a burn report at that station.
The TACAN and the MLS are both working okay.
At 6 days, 1 hour, 20 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control, Houston.
The wind has shifted on the surface to the south. The last approach I made was to runway 23, and the surface wind was about 185 at 11 knots. We're about to make another approach to 15 now. I do have, if you want them, another set of winds below 2,500 feet on runway 15.
Yes, please, go ahead, Dick.
Okay, 500 feet, 230 at 8, 1,000, 160 at 11, 1,500, 120 at Nunner, 2,000, 150 at Nunner, 2,500, 170 at 8.
We copy those. Thank you, Dick.
So everything looks good on all the runways out here. It's your call.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if you copied Crip or not, but he said to pass on to you that he, quote, expects the standard greeting at Edwards.
He can count on it.
Okay, Dick, and I'll touch back base with you after Guam at about 4:25 or 6:25 your time.
Okay, we'll be standing by.
Thanks.
This is Shuttle Control. 6 days, 1 hour, 36 minutes mission elapsed time. Challenger is still 8 minutes away from acquisition through Guam. And we'll have started orbit 98 just prior to Guam acquisition. The ground track on this entry will take Challenger across the California coast between Ventura and Oxnard. We'll pass slightly south of Fillmore and in the vicinity of Newhall, where the Ridge Road, Interstate 405, will cross and then angle slightly more northward, passing north of Palmdale and into Edwards. Also goes north of Lancaster. This is shuttle control at 6 days, 1 hour, 43 minutes mission elapsed time. Challenger is about 1 minute away from acquisition through Guam. We'll stand by for a burn report there.
Challenger, Houston, with you at Guam for 8 minutes. Configure AOS.
Okay, loud and clear. We got a good burn on time. Residuals are negligible. We got 3 APUs running and 1 and 2 are in normal pass. 3 is in low.
Roger. Challenger, Houston, 30 seconds to LOS. Configure LOS. We will not check in with you at Hawaii. We'll see you after blackout, about Mach 12.
Okay, see you then.
This is shuttle control. Guam has loss of signal.
Weather flight, Houston.
Blackout begins at 6 days, 1 hour, 55 minutes, 29 seconds, and ends at 6 days, 2 hours, 10 minutes, 47 seconds.
Roger, Houston, stand by just a minute, please.
Good on time deorbit burn and 3 auxiliary power units up and running. Challenger now committed to a landing at Edwards Air Force Base. At 6 days, 1 hour, 51 minutes, this is shuttle control, Houston.
Houston, weather flight, go ahead.
Roger, wondered if you had any updates for us.
Negative. It's smooth on all runways. There does appear to be a left crosswind on runway 23. The STA winds at the surface on 23 indicate about 220 at 11. I think down on the east side of the lake bed, they are a little bit more to the south, but it is smooth on all runways.
Okay, copy. Thank you, Dick.
Roger, see you later.
Roger.
This is shuttle control. That report was from Dick Truly in the shuttle training aircraft at Dryden. Television from Dryden has been showing the STA making approaches. This is shuttle control. Challenger entered the sensible atmosphere at approximately 400,000 feet about 2 minutes, 10 seconds ago. Clock in the Mission Control Center showing 28 minutes, 37 seconds to touchdown. Picture on the monitors in the news centers is Flight Dynamics Officer Willis Bolt, who is the entry FIDO.
Weather flight, Houston.
Houston weather flight, go ahead.
Roger, any last minute updates, Dick?
Negative, everything's same as before.
Okay, thank you very much.
Are they targeted for 1-5, I'm assuming?
That's affirmative.
Okay.
This is Shuttle Control, 6 days, 2 hours, 8 minutes mission elapsed time. We'll stand by for first contact with Challenger. Processing data from the Western Test Range. Shows Mach 13, altitude 178,000 feet. AOS Buckhorn.
Challenger, Houston, configure AOS.
Houston, Challenger, loud and clear. Nice and smooth all the way down.
Real good, Crip.
Been running about 5 to 7/10 aileron trim on the right.
Roger, we see that.
And fuel usages look like it's pretty close to nominal.
Roger that. Challenger, Houston, your energy, your ground track, your nav are nominal. Your go for PTIs.
Roger, go for PTIs. We're putting them in.
Altitude's 160,000 feet at Mach 9.3. At a range to the runway of 330 miles. Challenger being flown in the automatic mode.
Houston, Challenger, we got 3 TACANs locked up. They all look good.
Roger, take TACAN.
Roger.
Challenger incorporating the tactical air navigation system. Mach 8 at 149,000 feet. Range 265 miles.
Challenger, Houston, did you just call?
That's a negative.
Roger.
Challenger out of 138,000 feet now at Mach 6.8. Range 210 miles. Mach 6 at 129,000 feet and 179 nautical miles range. Challenger approaching Santa Rosa and Santa Cruz Islands offshore from the California coast now. Mach 5.4, altitude's 120,000 feet.
Challenger, Houston, we see a low pressure on GN2 tank for water spray boiler number 3. We'd like you to switch controllers.
Okay, going Bravo on number 3.
Challenger, Houston, transfer the state vector to backup.
Challenger approaching the coastline now between Ventura and Oxnard, Mach 4, range 100 miles.
I'll say once more, we're away to come to California.
Roger that.
Coming right down the San Joaquin Valley.
Challenger, Houston, we do not see the left probe deployed. We'd like you to cycle the switch.
Okay, that's cycled.
Roger, and we need you to go stow enable and then cycle the switch.
Okay, done. Brian, we're showing, looks like consistent data for all 4 probes.
Roger.
APU-3 is pressurized normally.
Roger.
And Brian, what do you think about the air data?
Roger, take air data.
Roger.
Bob Crippen has switched to manual flight mode now at 77,000 feet. Mach 2.1, range 51 miles. He's back in automatic.
Chief 2, it should be 3 or 4 minutes.
Mach 1.8, 72,000 feet. Range 42 miles. Mach 1.5 at 66,000 feet and a range of 36 nautical miles. Challenger approaching the heading alignment circle at an altitude of 57,000 feet. Mach 1.2. 45,000 feet. Range 23 miles. The wind at Dryden directly from the south at 10 knots. Challenger's airspeed 255 knots, altitude 34,000 feet. Touching the hack now. 18 miles to touchdown. Out of 30,000 feet at 257 knots. Beginning the wide sweeping left turn around the hack. 25,000 feet. 260 knots. 20,000 feet. 258 knots. Challenger turning final now. Right on the nominal track. Flight Dynamics Officer Willis Bolt reports. On glide slope and turning toward the center line. 14,000 feet. 292 knots.
Your energy looks good. Surface wind 180 at 10.
10,000 feet at 282 knots. On glide slope on center line. $6,500 feet, 281 knots. 2,900 feet, 287 knots. Gears coming. And Challenger's back home, back to Earth. The unofficial touchdown time in mission elapsed time, 6 days, 2 hours, 24 minutes, 10 seconds. That time is unofficial.
Houston, Challenger is lift off.
Roger, we see that. Congratulations, a great looking landing. And from the entry team, we've got some good news. Good news is the beer is very, very cold this morning. The bad news is it's 3,000 miles away.
That's what I was afraid of.
And I'll hand you over to the good guy Gardner here, and he'll talk to you about your post-landing.
Roger that.
And Challenger, we're going to go through the nominal post-landing procedures, and then we'll may bias that later based on the ammonia and how it holds out. The only deltas are, as you know, delete the hydraulic load test, and then just a reminder that the body flap read writes that we added via teleprinter are not required at Edwards.
We understand that. Do you want the match power off? Okay, Houston, your call on the match power.
Roger, not required.
Okay, we'll leave it on. GT umbilical doors are coming open.
Roger.
A mini convoy of 11 vehicles, and about 20 people will provide the initial deservicing for Challenger.
Challenger Houston, I got a switch on R2 for you.
Go.
Roger, like the boiler controller power heater 3 back to Alpha. We wanted to get some data on that one.
Okay, Houston, Challenger owns RCS saving is complete from our standpoint. Look it over.
Roger, looks good here.
Houston, Challenger is ready for depth transition.
Roger, standby. Challenger, Houston, your go for dips transition.
Inward.
Challenger, Houston, your go for the extended power up and go for the bus tie DTO.
Okay, understand.
Ground crew is approaching Challenger to check for hazardous fumes.
Challenger, Houston, I have a switch there on the ab bay fans.
Tell us to switch on the ab bay fans.
Roger, like ab bay 2 fan alpha on, Bravo off.
Okay, that's complete.
Thank you, we're just getting configured for the bus tie.
We have the VFB 84 is complete, and we're proceeding with the APU hydraulic shutdown.
Roger, copy, and we do not want the circ pumps turned on. There's not necessary.
Okay, leave circ pumps off. Houston, how do you read the PLC?
You're loud and clear, Rick. Challenger, Houston, we'd like ammonia Bravo to pry GPC.
Okay, primary GPC. Houston, Challenger, APU hydraulic shutdown.
Roger, copy.
Houston, Challenger, my inverter power is not responding to the switch for inverter 1.
Roger, standby.
Okay, Houston, we've got inverter power on now.
Roger, copy.
Challenger, we're going to reestablish fuel cell main bus on main A.
Roger, copy.
Okay, Houston, is the common station configured to support loss of main Bravo?
Roger, you're cleared to proceed.
Roger that. Okay, Houston, expect an S-band switch.
Roger, go ahead.
And Houston, as soon as you got common instrumentation regained, we'll press.
Stand by.
We're still standing by for your go, Brian.
Roger, we're having trouble reacquiring the lock.
Understand.
Challenger Houston, we're ready to proceed.
Okay.
Challenger Houston, I'd like to turn ammonia Bravo off and activate ammonia Alpha.
Okay, coming at you.
This is shuttle control. The ammonia system is being used to cool Challenger. The normal cooling units that are in the convoy are not at Dryden Air at KSC. This mini convoy is smaller than the normal crew. That crew will leave KSC today to fly to Dryden to prepare Challenger for the return to the Kennedy Space Center.
Challenger Houston, be advised the ET umbilical doors aren't quite all the way down, and NCC will be coordinating with you now to try to get it there.
Okay, I gave you 12 seconds on it. I guess that wasn't quite enough.
Challenger Houston.
Go ahead.
Roger, the left ET umbilical door didn't get quite to 90 degrees. I'd like a 1 second cycle to the open position on it, please.
Okay, and I have to go to manual first doing that.
Roger.
Did you say stand by or yes?
That's affirmative.
Okay, 1 second in the open position. Okay, I gave you 1 second.
Roger, stand by. We'll look at that.
Okay, and
Challenger Houston, I'd like to try another 1 second bump to the open position.
on the left door. Okay, here we go.
Roger.
Okay.
And Challenger Houston, that ET umbilical door looks good now.
Okay, we think we're completed in the book. What do you think?
Stand by. And Challenger Houston, now we'd like to get the right ET umbilical door a little more open. I'd like 3 seconds open on that one.
Okay.
Hello, White House. This is a 1, 2, 3, 4
Thank
test.
you.
Okay. Do you know the big plan, Brian? We got some techs that are going to come in and pick up switches or how?
Stand by. And Challenger, we're going to run through your procedures before anybody comes in, and then we'll be powering down the vehicle.
We think we have run through our procedures.
Okay, stand by.
Right, and check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I would have is
Test.
to take down the
Roger, stand by.
Hey!
And Challenger Houston, you can power down the remaining 2 GPCs, then go to page 512 and 13, and complete the power down.
This is Shuttle Control. The crew in the white room around the hatch reports that the hatch is open now.
2 GPCs, go back to 5-13 and finish up the power down. 5-12 or 5-13?
512 and 13 for different folks.
Okay, and when we finish that, we'll go ahead and get the ammonia off and exit the vehicle.
Roger, the ammonia off right before you turn the fuel cells off there on 513.
Okay, we understand that. We appreciate all the good work you guys did bring us home.
Roger, it's good to have you back.